Thank you for joining us here on our escape to nature. And I am looking forward to showing you all of our dam cams. Of course, the one in Mashatu, the one I'm on currently is Djuma Dam, and of course, one in Namibia, Okakuyo. My name is Cedric Dold, and yes, I am definitely looking forward to dam cam and see what we can find around here. I think there's going to be quite a few things around towards Mashatu side, so I'm definitely going to be very excited to see what we can find for everybody. But it's nice being on a dam cam. It did come from Djuma side, and I see that Ali and Tess in Djuma. I see Ali got the wild dogs this morning. Nice to see those wild dogs, especially the sandpack, and I'm sure that those hyenas were following those wild dogs the whole morning. But yes, at the Djuma Dam at the moment, I'm just trying to see what we can find around here. I thought maybe Dewey might be in this area, but I see he's not at the dam at the moment. But it is going to be interesting to see if anything else comes. Yeah, it is quite a hot day that side at Djuma. I'm thinking maybe there'll be some elephants that'll come down for a nice drink for this morning. But yes, as you can see, we are live, and this is an interactive experience. So if you've got any questions or comments that you want to send through, please do so. This is your safari. Just take a look. It's quite a windy day there at Djuma. I see quite a bit of those trees and leaves blowing around that side. But it is typical for, like, this time of the year. Of course, the new season's coming through, the summertime coming in, and of course, it's a lot of wind that's pretty much pushing through. But yes, as you got, it's beautiful. I love this area of Djuma. Always taking a look towards this jackalberry tree. Russell, good morning. Yes, definitely. I'm also looking forward to seeing some cats on Cataday. Cataday is always definitely focused on some cats around here, but you never know. You're always going to try and take a look, and hoping that we will get something that's going to be coming down to one of these dams shortly. I always like looking into this jackalberry tree that's situated here at Djuma, at the inflow of Djuma Dam. And I think it was 2-3 days ago, I got a Tavangumi that was just lying to the north of this jackalberry tree, and he was loving it. And I think he also went a little bit further north towards Gallagher Pan. As well, I'm going to try and follow up. We used to have that resonant a brown-headed parrot that was also nesting in one of the dead knobthorn trees. That's just behind the camera itself, or behind the dam. So I'm going to try and take a look there shortly. Leopard lover, good morning. Yes, definitely. I'm hoping I'm going to bring some leopard or cat luckier today, this morning. Yes, it is cat today, so let's definitely take a look around here. I'm just going to keep my eyes open. Definitely, I'm also going to take a look at other dams very shortly. But as well, you can see some of these, this dead tree that we've got here at the inflow. Of course, it's an old knobthorn, and most of these dead trees that you do see around this area is pretty much created by elephants. At least about 95% of these dead trees is created by elephants, and what happens is they will come and ring bark these trees. So they'll go and take that cambium layer off. That's a layer that just sits underneath the bark itself, and if they ring bark it right around the tree, of course, that layer, of course, the water cannot get through towards the leaves and all that, and it'll die the next season. But of course, a knobthorn tree, just like this dead one here now, is a very hard wood, so it takes quite a few years before that tree will actually be pushed over, or if it's maybe wood boring beetles will make it a little bit flimsy and fragile, and if you get a big gust of wind or something coming through, you'll find that that tree will then just topple over, and then you get those beautiful like trees, just like the one now to the right here. Well, I'm going into frame. Oh, there's a little Egyptian geese there with the little ones, little ducklings. Oh, hello, look at them. They're so cute. But yeah, like that knot form that's just been pushed over there, so that one will take quite a few years before it actually, many years before it actually will decay. But yeah, it's so nice seeing the Egyptian geese once again with all their little ducklings around here. And then I'll see if I can just focus in a little, zoom in a little bit into them. Let's count how many are still around. 1, 2, 3, 4. Of course, little ones. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4. Oh, that's cute. Of course, as you can see, the parents are keeping pretty much a close eye on them. Compared to your lapwings, I mean, if you know those blacksmith lapwings, they're little chicks. If they go, pretty much if they start wandering around the dam, they could actually be right on the opposite side of the dam from the parents. But the Egyptian geese, they really kind of, stick close to their youngsters. Oh, there's another two there. Kathy Lee, thank you so much. Yes, it is so amazing. I'm so happy to be on Escape to Nature and actually looking at some of these water holes around Namibia, Botswana, and of course Djuma. So yes, I'm looking forward to just kind of getting to know a little bit more about the other animals that we don't get on Djuma. Of course, like the springbuck and the eland, and of course ostriches. I've seen that Escape to Nature's had quite a few ostriches coming down, if I'm not mistaken. But yes, Kathy Lee, thank you once again, as always, for joining us. It's amazing that the water weeds as well. So I'm just trying to see if I can zoom into those water weeds that's still hanging around some of the dam areas. And especially now that the summertime is coming, you'll find that these water weeds, they're starting to dry out. A lot of them are sitting on the banks now, and they start dehydrating, and they actually will dry out, and it'll actually end up dying. And it's a good thing. I mean, that's one way to getting rid of the water weeds in a, I'm going to say, in a slow manner, but it's usually with the floods it actually changes very quickly again, and you'll find those water weeds will just sprout out and start flourishing quite quickly. All right, well, we're going to continue looking around at these little ducklings of the Egyptian geese. Let's head over to Trishala in Amakhala.
It's Trishala in Amakhala, and it's Cedric on the cams. Wow, what an amazing morning, everybody. We are looking at an array of antelope or various herbivores here in Amakhala. We haven't moved too much from the lodge. There's so much happening quite close by. Trishala, BK. Oh, BK says Bikala. Yep, in Amakhala. Yeah, so we're out and about. It's nice and warm. But here in the Eastern Cape. Yeah, if you want to post screenshots or whatever, it's hashtag Bikala now, everybody. Not my suggestion, that was MC's suggestion. I'm taking no responsibility. Anyway, like I was saying, it's nice and warm out here today, but the air's still cold. But we're going to enjoy the warmth while it lasts. Now, I haven't taken my binos out of the case yet, but I'm going to go reach for them, have a look at exactly what we've got even in the distance. You can definitely see some zebra, and there was a red hartebeest right in front of us. Oops, that was my mic back. Must be quite a strange thing to hear me shuffling about in my backpack, looking for my binos. MC's just going crazy now. They're just going crazy. They're just rhyming all sorts of gibberish together. I did not fall off the car, everybody. I was just reaching for my binos and other stuff fell. Anyway, I think it's always nice to start a morning with a couple laughs. So, yes, we have the mountain zebra. We have the red hartebeest, and way off to the left there's some black wildebeest as well. A couple of mountain zebras looking a little bit dirty today. Probably were rolling around in the sand, the red sand that's a little bit further up. They're not actually red. Certainly, I have not described any new species of zebra. I love coming to an area where there is a difference in the soil color, particularly fine soils, so soils like clay, because that really gets stuck on the animals' bodies. And you might find that the elephants in certain parts of our color, because there's white clays, there's red clays, the elephants in those certain parts, or if they've been hanging around in those parts, they look a little bit more ghost-like when they're around the white clays, and a little bit more reddy when they're by the red clays. And the same goes for basically any light-colored animal. It's very interesting. You might have seen videos and things of that of elephants that look very, very white, almost like a light gray to white, not milk white. And it's because they've been mud bathing in this white clay. It's such a beautiful thing to see. Up in the Lowveld, we don't really get too much of that kind of mud bathing, that kind of clay. We get a lot of sodic soils, and that soil is more of like a cementy, dark cementy color. So you don't get too much of this red soil. The bush is a little bit quiet for now, although I can hear a couple birds calling. Cape turtle dove. Sounds like a southern boo-boo. Some in the background as well, but all in all, pretty quiet. We've kind of missed that dawn chorus because it's past 8 o'clock now. But the sound will start to pick up as we move to the evening again. Very relaxing start. So what are we going to do today? I would like to go back to that section with all the aloes. Oh, Darcy Miller, hello. You'd like to know if I found Pokey yet? No. I know that Pokey is at home, though. She must be safe at home, because I know that when I was packing, I couldn't find Pokey, which is why XP ended up here. Extra small Pokey, if you are not sure. So Pokey is definitely at home. I haven't gotten an update from home to let me know that Pokey has been found, but I'm sure that she is around. I probably just kept her. She's so slim and neat, and she could have rolled into some little nook or behind things, and surprisingly you would wonder, well, how on earth does that happen, Trishala? Because surely you would only use it if you're going to dissect something. But no, Pokey is all over the place all the time. I sometimes take her in the car with me, because I never know what I'm going to find wherever I go, or if I need to point or touch something that I don't want to use my hands for, or I don't have gloves. So she ends up all over the place, but I do know that she was at home, and I will find her as soon as I get home. Perhaps she's already been found, and I haven't been updated yet. But I will find her. But thank you, Darcy Miller, for checking on Pokey. So we're gonna keep on moving, and like I said, I want to move towards that aloes section that we were in yesterday. It's gonna take us a while, but Cedric, wow, Cedric must be flying. It must be all those muscles on his legs that have just gotten him so fast. He's off to Mashatu already.
Thanks so much, Trishala. Yes, definitely my arms, my muscles in my arms are pretty much quite tight at this point in time. I'm flying all the way towards Mashatu. But yes, here we are at Mashatu Waterhole in Botswana. And we've got this beautiful family of guinea fowl that's just come down for a drink. I love these birds. They are such characters. I think when you can just sit down and watch them. And one thing about guinea fowls that you can always use them as an indicator for predators. And how many times here at Djuma you have found a predator, especially your leopards, due to the guinea fowl, of course, making quite a racket. And looks like in the background there as well. And looks like we've got something as well. Looks like an ostrich that's coming through. Oh, female ostrich. This is one of the animals that I think Lauren was hoping to find the other night, or the other day with the animal bingo. She was definitely looking out for this ostrich, and if she did get this ostrich, she would have definitely shouted out bingo that day. But unfortunately, that ostrich did not appear for her. Of course, a lot of times you'll find different species like this all hanging around together, and safety in numbers. Always kind of feel a little bit safe together. Oh, is that a male ostrich that's like following the females there? That is nice to see. Wow, I mean, like at Djuma, we don't get to see ostriches. Oh, we actually had an ostrich not long ago on Dam Cam. I think it was, we tried to follow up on that. I think it was Liam and myself. We tried to follow up on those ostriches, and unfortunately, no, it was Ben Coley and myself, and we heard about the ostriches being around at Dam Cam at Djuma. Unfortunately, we only found their tracks and we did not find them. So that was quite interesting to see, or to find and to hear about. But yes, here at Mashatu, as you can see, we've got two females and a male. Let me see if I can get a little bit closer to that side. Logan, definitely it is interesting because I'm a very practical person when it comes to stuff, and like jumping off and touchy feely taste and all that. But it's nice just to kind of having this perspective on sitting on the dams and all that, because now all of a sudden we've got ostriches, so it is so nice to see something like this coming through, and it's exciting, definitely exciting. So that's why I'm just hoping, and I'm holding thumbs and crossing fingers that we actually have something like some cats coming down, as it is Catadose. So I'm definitely going to be hoping for that. Let's see some of these guinea fowl. I want to try and see if I can. I want to try and zoom in a little bit on those ostriches. I want to see if I can get a little bit of a zoom in there. And see if we can work out if it is two females and a male there. And I think so if with the ostrich, interesting, ostrich eggs, I think you make, I think it takes 26 chicken eggs to complete one ostrich egg. So yeah, so 26 chicken eggs in an ostrich egg. Alright, we're getting a little bit closer there. That does look like two females and a male. But wow, it's like Mashatu is pretty dry when it comes to like the grass, when it comes to grazing side of things, because compared to Djuma, you see how green it is now. Darcy Miller, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are watching from. Thank you for joining us on Escape to Nature. Yes, it is nice to see two ladies and Mr. Ostrich together there. Yeah, there it is. Now we can see them. Now they're just busy walking away. Come back. And you can definitely see the male on the left hand side, much darker, very black with that real white tail feathers. Where of course you'll find the females more on the greyer side. They don't have that really stunning dark black colour to them. Looks like they don't want to come. I thought they were going to come for a drink, but it looks like they decided to turn around and head away. Maybe these guinea fowls are pretty much claiming this water hole for now. Okay, I want to see if I can just zoom out a little bit. But it looks like a beautiful day there in Botswana. Absolutely stunning. So yes, not too far north from where Lauren is, from Madikwe. Madikwe, of course, in South Africa, but Madikwe is just south of Botswana.
The Mara Triangle is one of the most stunning locations that we have had the privilege to broadcast from, thanks to the unsung heroes, the Mara Rangers, who risk their lives to protect this Eden. These brave men and women deserve our support. Donate and be one of the helping hands uplifting these rangers, so that we may maintain this icon, the Mara Triangle.
I'm still just trying to scan Mashatu, a water hole here. I'm trying to see if I can find. Alright, so what we're going to do, we're going to go head over to the Djuma camp and see what's happening around at Djuma. Right, we're going to at Djuma camp. So I just want to see if I can get hold of Kenya. Oh, then we're going to go past. We're going to pass one of the trees here now. I just want to double check. No. Roller, yes, I do have a. Okay, I just want to try and get camera here. I'll tell you no, Roller. so many years ago when I was doing anti-poaching, and the funniest thing is when I was doing a patrol around one of the dams, I went past a dam with my dog, and I was with one of my colleagues, actually was my sergeant, and what happened is he went to, as we walked past the dam, he saw like a little part of something looking like sticking out of the dam, out of the water, and he says, "There's a hippo." And I said, no, it's not a hippo, it's a dead, it looks like a dead tree. He said, "No, it's a hippo." So what he did, he picked up a stone, and he chucked that stone into the water. And of course the dog, her name was Manzi, and she thought, "Oh, this is a game," and she jumped into the water going after the stone, and next moment I saw this V coming towards Manzi, and I looked again and I realized it was a crocodile that was approaching her, and I shouted, I was like, "Manzi, come," and luckily she, oblivious about the crocodile, she turned around and kind of paddled back towards us, and when she did that, just before the croc got to her, she got out of the water and kind of shook all the water off her, and she kind of all happy towards us, and the crocodile came out the water, but luckily the crocodile was about 5 seconds late, and Manzi got away with that. So yes, I was not happy about that, chucking that stone into the water. He knew that of course the dog was going to react to it, but yeah. Alright, let's go see where these, remember that those parrots were nesting in this tree. I wonder what happened to them. It would be nice to actually see what happened. So they were nesting exactly. I see now we've got some. Oh no, it's a red-billed buffalo weaver. Is it? Looks like a red-billed buffalo weaver. So one of the small five. There it is. Oh, hello. They actually used to come into the camp as well at Djuma. These little red-billed buffalo weavers. And is it red-billed buffalo weaver? Just double check on this. Yeah. Oh no, it's not. Alright, well, looks like Indian miners. So this is like an invasive bird that we've got around at the moment. It seems like this pair has been hanging around Djuma Dam for the last couple of weeks. I know when I was there we saw them as well there. And not good for that, because it actually puts a lot of pressure on your indigenous birds, so your starlings and all that, because Indian miners is quite an aggressive species, and as I said, it is an invasive species around here at Djuma. It's not supposed to be that side. Anyway, it looked like they were nesting there. Very interesting. Alright, I'm going to look to the dam side of things, and just want to see what's happening here. You never know. Maybe we'll get Otlalamba coming through. I would be so happy. Can you imagine sitting on this dam cam and the next moment I see Tlalamba coming over this dam wall? I would be so happy for that. But we can take a look. We'll just keep an eye out for that. You never know. But the water is going down very quickly. I mean, it's been so hot there. No rain. And I think tomorrow is 40 degrees Celsius. That's 105 degrees Fahrenheit tomorrow there at Djuma. So Ali, Tess, make sure you've got your sunscreen ready. And of course, don't forget Panda and Gert as well, and Craig. All of them. All need sunscreen. Protect yourself. Right, I saw that if you were watching the other day, we had that Pride of Lions, that new pride that came into the area here at Djuma, not too far north of where we are now at Gari Dam, but they went straight into Buffelshoek. And we jumped back and forth on exactly which pride that was. It was Torchwood, and then some people said it was in Barley Pride, then it was a Torchwood Pride again. And then that lion, that male lion, that youngster without the tip of its tail, it was actually from the Kambali Pride. And that was from one of my colleagues that's pretty much in Mala Mala. So yes, and they've been seeing that pride quite a few times. So interesting, but yeah, as I said, that was just what he gave me, an update from his side. But anyway, while we're going to continue looking at Djuma Dam, let's head over to Amakhala with Trishala. She's got something special to show you.
Indeed. We are looking at, again, an array of antelope all chilling here in the open areas, and we have a one-horned eland. It may be unicorn-like, but not exactly. It's not in the center. But that horn had made a clean break. In fact, let me have a look at my binoculars, see whether it was possibly some kind of birth defect or whether I can actually see a break. BK, can you see a break? It looks as if, almost as if that other horn didn't develop, which is really interesting. I mean, it's probably very unlikely. The most likely thing, oh, let's have a look at its little baby. Oh, two-horned baby. That's a good start. The fact that it's got a two-horned baby is a good indication, not as if there's some genetic problem. So what I mean, from my limited knowledge of the way that genes would carry for horns. Oh, look at this, staring right at us. Looks like it's got a bit of a comb over with the horn gone. Aren't you a beauty? Yes, you are. So, horns are permanent parts of an animal. It could be a unicorn with a skewed horn, yes. There's a permanent parts of an animal's anatomy, of an antelope's anatomy. So that means that so it develops from a bud. When antelope are very, very young, they have a little bud that's a bony protrusion at the top of their heads, and that's what grows into their horn. So it's very unlikely that the genes for a horn are completely missing, and if it is, it must be a highly recessive trait, and then both this eland's parents would have had to have that trait for it to be presented in this eland. So I think that that's quite unlikely, though not impossible. And what is more likely is that during its actual development, either its fetal development or just after it was born, there could have been some damage to that bud that would have sprouted the other horn. Because it really doesn't look like a break. It doesn't even look like it came out at all. I'm trying to see if there's even that little bump, but it's hard to tell with its hairdo at the moment. And the growth of that horn is perfect, the one that does exist. Although I'm sure that has given this eland some significant difficulty because the weight of that horn, and I'm not sure how much it would weigh, but remember a horn it's got a bony interior and then it's got a keratin sheath. So it is weighty. If you've ever been to lodges, if you have been to Africa or you live in Africa and you've been to lodges, they often have horns and things lying around of antelope that have died. And if you pick them up, they're pretty weighty. And so this eland would have had to compensate for this imbalance on its head. And I'm sure that must have created definitely some kind of strengthening of one side of the muscles, especially in the neck, and not so much on the other side. All in all, though, it seems to have done very well, and it's got a calf, so that's great. Now, that's not the only one-horned example we have here. It seems like the unicorns all are hanging out together. Now here we have a giraffe whose one ossicone has been reduced to a small stub. Oh, this giraffe actually looks quite old. So this one looks like the tip of the one horn has actually broken. Oh, ossicone, excuse me. Because you can still see that bud there, but the top is kind of broken. I'm not sure how that could have happened, because ossicones are really, they don't have enough length to create the leverage for it to break, or it feels that it's difficult to do. But I suppose if it gets cracked, then it makes it easier to break if they're necking. And this is a male, so he certainly would be necking with other males to compete for females to mate with. His ossicones are quite short for a male, though, so it might be a growth defect that has affected both horns. So for him, that probably will impact his ability to fight successfully, or to come out as the winner in any necking matches, because he doesn't really have the same kind of poking ability with his head that, say, other males that have normal ossicones would be able to inflict on their opponent. But I must say that his neck looks very muscular. He looks quite buff on the neck. Maybe that's to compensate for the fact that he can't poke with the top of his head, that he's just going to hit hard by swinging his neck, and that's what's resulted in his buff neck. I don't know. Just speculation, but he is looking quite buff. If you have any questions and comments, please send them through, everybody. It's live and interactive. I'm here in Amakhala, and I'm exploring, and I love to be able to explore with all of you in the back of my vehicle too. So please send through your questions and your comments. I'd love to see, so far when you've seen this giraffe, it's been on its own, and it's been with this eland herd, that with the one horn. I haven't seen it with other giraffe. I'd like to kind of take note of it and see if we do manage to get it with other giraffe, and just see how it interacts, whether it shows any kind of dominant behavior, whether we ever see it necking with other males, that kind of thing. It would be a really great opportunity to try and figure out whether these reduced ossicones are affecting him or not. Adversely, that is. Otherwise, he looks quite healthy. At first, I thought he looked quite old, and that's just because of the face. As animals age, just like humans, the sort of the jaw or the cheeks get sucked in a little bit, and he looked like he had a bit of a sucked in cheek, but it might have just been the angle. And they kind of get wrinkles too. He's standing really, really still. Oh, just when I say that. I hope that he starts moving around and eating. Maybe he's just warming up for now. I often wonder what animals think when they're just kind of looking very pensive like this, deep in thought or deep in sensation. Maybe he's feeling something quite intense that has taken all his attention. Maybe he's just chilling. Maybe he doesn't feel the need to walk. Whatever it is, it kind of makes you feel, well, I guess it depends on on what you think the reason is. But when I see animals and they look peacefully, quote unquote, in thought, whatever it is, we don't know what they're doing during that time when they're intently just standing still. But when it feels relaxed, then I feel quite relaxed. But when it feels a little bit tense, like with this guy, I'm feeling a little bit of tension. He winked at us.
Really?
Oh, I think he's saying, don't worry, Trishala, and all our viewers, I'm doing okay. Thanks, guy. Thanks, buddy. Oh, his mane is catching the breeze. Yeah, you look good. You look good. He doesn't have a lot of pests on him too, which is nice to see. Often giraffe have a whole lot of pests hanging about their undercarriage. But he has a reduced load, which is very nice to see. Whenever I see them with a whole lot of ticks and things on them, kind of makes you feel itchy too. The wind has picked up again. Maybe he was just feeling the wind. So I see some spots, especially there. I mean, I'm going to call it his armpit. I suppose it is an armpit. Where his legs join his body. I can see a couple dots there. Perhaps there is a few pests hanging about. I haven't seen a lot of oxpeckers around. We've seen oxpeckers twice since I've been here. Once they were in a tree near a lodge. The other time they were with the buffaloes that we had not too long ago. But giraffes could really use oxpeckers. They help them clean up. But you know, it all has to do with the what the environment is like. So if they, for some reason, are fewer pests and animals are carrying a smaller pest load here in Amakhala, in this area, then there would be no need, without the need for, what is the word I'm looking for? Oxpeckers. Gosh, got distracted there. I did get a question that was a wonderful question, but I'm just going to grab it from MC again. It was breaking up just a little bit. Hi, Moyo. That's an excellent question. You'd like to know, how do they have such great sight without binocular vision? They don't have such great sight. Their advantage comes from being taller. So because they're very tall, they're able to see further and over other objects, and we say they have good eyesight relative to other antelope that are closer to the ground. So it's just a height thing. They have the same amount of color cones as other antelopes, only two. They can't identify red. So it's just green and blue color cones, no red color cone. So their vision is not that great. It's as good as any other antelopes, but they are taller. And when it comes to binocular vision, antelope and other prey animals, or prey species, that have their eyes on the sides of their heads, so not just right in front of them, that allows them to survey a wider area and so look out for predators more effectively. But yes, it reduces their binocular vision. But binocular vision is not absent. It's just that if you think about, so if you look at yourself and you put maybe your hands at your ears and then you go out, that's kind of your spectrum, your angle of binocular vision. So it's quite wide. But for animals that have their eyes on the sides of their head, that cone is just narrower. So it's not as if the binocular vision doesn't exist. It's just reduced. I mean, it's reduced significantly, but it still exists. But giraffes don't have better eyesight than any other antelope. It's just that they have the height advantage. And quite a height advantage that is. At least we're seeing a little bit more movement. He's chewing a bit. I think I know what he was doing when he was just standing there. He was ruminating, or rather preparing to ruminate. So this is a fun part. I love this. We get to see him chew, and then we get to see him stop, and we get to see the ball, the rumen go, the cud, excuse me. We get to see it go a little down that long neck, and then he throws up another one into his mouth and then starts chewing. So let's watch for this while I keep quiet for a moment. So you want to watch the base of the neck, and then you'll see a ball go down or come up. Or rather, not the base of the neck, but like where the neck meets the head. Where the neck meets the head, like here. Don't mind us. We won't judge you. If you decide that you want to publicly pick up something from your stomach and move it with your muscles back up into your mouth and start chewing, we aren't judging. But imagine if we could do that. My eyes feel strained looking out my binos for so long. Let's see. He stopped chewing though. That cud must go somewhere. Either it's still in his mouth, or he was lying to us. Yes, a bit of seasoning for the cud ball, perhaps. Oh, we're all waiting so patiently. Okay, there's definitely cud in his mouth. Now we just have to... Okay, now we wait again. You can clearly see the side-to-side motion as they grind. So there's no teeth in the upper jaw. There's a dental plate, and the bottom teeth grind up against it. And the teeth are quite wide, so there's a lot of surface area, much like any animal that is a ruminant. That wide surface area really allows them to grind up their food finely to create quite a bit of surface area. So when it goes down, there it went. Did you see it? I can't see if it went down or if one came up, but there was a sort of a that it did. It's not very clear on you, giraffe. Hopefully the next one will be a little bit more eventful. So they need to create quite a bit of surface area because of the microbes in their gut. So if the food is ground up significantly, it creates more surface area for the microbes to act on to help digest the cellulose. Because remember, there are very, 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 very few animals that can digest cellulose. And now that he's walking, I don't think we'll be able to see the cud go down. Hi Mary, you'd like to know how often they do this? Herbivores, or rather only ruminants, do this. So it's only those animals that have a 4-chambered stomach, and they will do this all day. There are many advantages to being a ruminant. So it means that you can really go to, say, maybe there's 2 patches or 2 areas in the reserve. Let's, for example, say there's 2 areas in a reserve, and one area is abundant in the resource or the tree that you like, and the other area is not. But in the area that's abundant with the tree that you like, there's also, say, lions. So you can go to that area and eat really quickly, eat all the things, all the nice tree leaves that you want, and then go off to the area where you know you're safe. And you can sit there and you can ruminate all day and digest your food. So you don't have to be digesting it straight away. And so ruminants will do this pretty much all day. If they're not eating, if they're not defecating and urinating or walking, they're ruminating.
Are you interested in our behind the scenes, our catch-ups, base moments, and all in betweens? Sign up on our website and you will unlock our inside scoop content sent to your inbox. Yes, ladies and gents, there's more to unearth. There's extra content from us at Wild Earth. Become an explorer. It's just simply better. Besides, don't you know? It's all in the newsletter.
Still nothing to report except that there has been a good nostril cleaning going on. And some scratching. Ooh! That, oh, it's, we saw the tongue through its body from the other side. That's quite a stretch there, Mr. Giraffe. Oh, we'll have to look at some cud chewing another time. It's now where our view of his neck is not as great as it was. Shoo. My eyes are feeling a bit strange after all that binoculars looking. Anyway, let me remind you guys that tomorrow, which is Sunday, I should probably make sure it is Sunday tomorrow. Yes, it is. All the days kind of melt into one when you're out in the bush. But anyway, tomorrow, Graham Wellington, our CEO, will be hosting a town hall. So that's at 7:30 Central African time, and it's for Wild Earth Explorers. So you can give your feedback, any suggestions, anything you feel that you want to say that could help us shape Wild Earth. Graham will be there to answer all of your questions and also give you some interesting information about what's going on behind the scenes and all of that. So please feel free to join that town hall. That's on Sunday, tomorrow, at 7:30 Central African time. feel like every time the giraffe edges towards the elands edge away. But they're obviously fairly used to each other. I've seen things like this before where there's an antelope that, or not just an antelope, but usually a herbivorous animal that hangs out with another group of herbivorous animal. Exactly, that's what I'm thinking of. Where two species hang out together, but they may not exactly be associating in terms of like, socially. But there's an exception to that. BK and I were just thinking about a time when we saw a herd of elephants and this young buffalo bull. Obviously, I don't know how he got separated from his own herd, but he ended up following this herd of elephants around. And he got bullied so badly. The elephants, and not the adult elephants, the young elephants would... So we saw them drinking at the water hole, and the buffalo is drinking with the herd. Obviously, it looks very strange because it's this young buffalo. He's with the herd and he's drinking quietly with them. And then also the elephants get like quite into the water. Their legs are, some part of their legs are covered, and the buffalo is moving into the water with them, standing with them. And the sort of, I'd say, the young elephant bulls that are going to be pushed out of the herd soon, so they're troublemakers. They're usually the ones that trumpet at the vehicle and try to mock charge us and things like that, but they're also quite scaredy cats. As soon as you stand up or you tap the vehicle, they're gone. But it's those males, those young bulls, were bullying this young buffalo bull. And you might think, oh, well, Trishala, how do you know they were bullying? Well, they would chase him, but half-heartedly chase him, and then they would set up a trap for him. So one would chase him and another one would hide behind the bush and then ambush him from this side. So maybe they were playing, I don't know, but the little buffalo bull just didn't look like he was comfortable. And then when they were drinking in the dam, those young elephant bulls would suck up water with their trunk and spray it at him. It was quite sad to see, but also, I guess it's all part of growing up, especially if you're in an elephant herd and you look so different to everyone else. Shame. But, what can you do? Anyway, we did see him with the herd a couple times. Aww. Morgan, our director, was just telling us about, I think it was Ali's sighting with the wild dog pack, and a hyena this morning was sitting with the wild dog pack as if it's one of them. Yeah, it happens. I remember having a sighting with the Juma clan of the hyenas and the wild dogs. And I don't know if both of them were just super tired, because you know that hyenas will constantly follow wild dogs around. And that's what the clan was doing to the pack. But then the pack sat down, and then the clan sat down, and now it's hot, and everybody is tired, and they were just sitting next to each other. And the hyenas would go and sniff the wild dogs, and they'd just be like, wag its tail or move its tail, kind of swat the hyena away, and that's all. And then the hyena would sit down next to the wild dog. There's some very interesting associations can happen when neither animal is hungry at that moment, or feeling aggressive. They're just kind of like, well, you're here, I'm here. And at the moment, I'm not feeling threatened by you, and I'm not that hungry, so we're just gonna sit together. I wonder, MC, if you know which hyena that was sitting with the wild dog pack. Because if it was Swazi, I am not surprised at all. At all. But also she's got cubs, so maybe she wouldn't be into that kind of risky behavior anymore. But certainly when she was younger, she would be all over the place. Look at this giraffe, how it's following it. So sweet. I love unlikely animal friendships. I mean, the word friendship is probably strong to be used in this scenario or any of the ones that we've just spoken about. But when you see animals of different species associating in some way, I find it incredibly cute. Well, I'm sure someone will tell me which hyena it was that was sitting with the wild dogs. I'd love to know. I love my Juma clan. Absolutely love them. Aww. We didn't get an ID on that ID on that hyena. That's okay. I'm sure one of you viewers might have an idea. If you do know, please let me know, because I love learning these things about them. You kind of get to know their personality. Anyway, this has been a wonderful time spent with this giraffe and his little herd of eland, his new friends, or old friends, we don't know. And for now, we're going to send you back over to Cedric at Mashatu. We're going to keep on going, see what other cool, maybe different animal associations we can find.
Much. Yes, so we are pretty much here at a Mashatu waterhole. We did have a Kori bustard here. I think it's still drinking at the waterhole. I will try and zoom in very soon. Yes, pretty much in the center of the frame here. But yes, I think Trishala, I looked at that hyena. It might have been Gangarika. So Gangarika might have been that hyena that was hanging around those wild dogs. So yes, it didn't look like it was Swazi or Ndebele. Yeah, it wasn't that light, that light color of Swazi and Ndebele. But yeah, nice, might be Gangarika. But it would be nice to find out exactly that individual. We shall find out very soon. But yes, I am trying to see if we can get to view this Kori bustard a little bit closer. It is such a pretty bird. As you know, it is the largest flying bird, and definitely nice to get to see them around here at Mashatu waterhole. There we go, almost there. Getting there. As you see, those going up, back and forth there now. Double check if I can get a little bit closer in there, but let's just stick to this for now. But yes, you'll find that of course the Kori bustard is a ground-dwelling bird, so they do spend most of the day on the ground, and they are very much an opportunistic omnivores. So they will eat insects, even lizards, skinks, and of course little seeds, berries. So they're very much opportunistic when it comes to feeding. It might be a male, this, because you know males are pretty much twice the size and twice the weight of a female. I just want to see what it's busy. It's busy enjoying a good old drink here at Mashatu Dam. We did have a whole harem of ostriches that came down, a male with about maybe 4 or 5 females. And those did come down for a bit of a drink, but it looks like they have moved off. It is so nice, and one of my favourite sightings with the Kori bustard is many years ago when I used to go when we went to the Kruger Park north of Satara, one of the camps that side, beautiful big open clearings, and that's where you mainly find a lot of those Kori bustards. And we were viewing a Kori bustard one morning with my folks, and the next moment, out of nowhere, 2 black-backed jackals came running up to the Kori bustard, and the Kori bustard tried to take off in time, but unfortunately it was caught. And because it's such a heavy flying bird, it takes some time to really take off, and those 2 black-backed jackals got hold of it and killed it. Yeah, it was very sad, but yes, that's what I think these Kori bustards need us to be very observant. They have to really take a look around. They don't want to be caught if there is a predator close by. But let's see. I'm just still hoping and I'm still holding thumbs for some cat action. It is cat today, so I'm just holding thumbs. It is get some cats coming down. I'm also keeping a close eye on the junior side. Oh, we've got some helmeted guinea fowls. They also looks like they're also making their way down to the watering hole. And many times that they've got a nice little family that enjoys this water hole. This definitely seems like these guinea fowl and the Kori bustard, they definitely want to meet up here. I think they know that they're no threat to one another. I think it's more for safety in numbers. At least the Kori bustard can feel a little bit safer being around this watering hole, having a good old drink with all the eyes of the helmeted guinea fowl that's coming through. You can see those guinea fowl running up and down there. Can't wait to get to the watering hole. And that's Kori bustard is definitely drinking enough, but quite thirsty, yeah. Still enjoying the Mashatu, still enjoying the Kori bustard and all the helmeted guinea fowl to the right hand side there. So, having a good old drink here. I just want to see if I can get a little bit closer in here. There we go. Really nice view on that Kori bustard. That Kori bustard has been drinking there for the last maybe 10 minutes. Definitely quite thirsty. But it is quite warm around here today. I'm sure that Mashatu, it seems like it's a hot day that side. And we can't wait for good old rains to start coming through very soon. I think it will take another month or two. And as well, those Kori bustards, if they have to go nesting around the areas, you'll find that they'll just pretty much dig a little kind of a bowl shape out from the earth, and that's where they'll actually have a little nesting a spot for themselves, maybe next to a tree or next to a stump, but they will kind of dig up a little bit of earth, like a little bowl shape. Just exactly the same as if you're looking at your water thickneys or your spotted thickneys, same kind of thing. So like kind of just scrape up a little bit of gravel and make a little bowl area. Alright, I think let's take a look at what's happening at the Djuma Dam. Maybe we are lucky. Alright, as you're looking at Djuma Dam, Kari Dam, Djuma Dam. I've got a beautiful old cattle egret. I think Ali had these cattle egrets around here at Djuma Dam this morning. She had two of them. She had two of these cattle egrets around that side, and it was quite interesting to see these ones coming around there towards Djuma Dam. I'm sure hopefully they were actually following some buffalo. Maybe there's buffalo in the area, you never know. Maybe that's why they're around the dam at the moment. And if you actually, let's see if I can get a nicer view on this one here. So if you go look at like the little egret, so the little egret beak and the legs of the little egret is pretty much dark. Well, let's see if I can get a bit of a zoom here. Sorry, my focus is not great here. Focus. Okay, let's see if I can focus there. Get a little bit of better focus out. There we go. So yeah, so the little egret has got that dark beak and dark legs. When you compare it to your cattle egrets has got this orange. Oh, nice little catch there. And of course, it's got a little bit of a reddish orange legs as well, with that beautiful like a brown spot that's just at the bottom of its neck, pretty much on its chest area. And sometimes you find hundreds of cattle egrets in these big open areas when it's coming through, like with this, if there's buffalo, or even like, of course, cattle egret, hence the name cattle egret. So they will follow those buffaloes or follow even the cattle itself. And once they disturb the grass, then of course those little insects will jump out, and you'll find that these little cattle egrets will snatch that insect up. Oh, I was looking for something there. I think little water arthropods that's hanging around the area. Little pond skaters. Between those water weeds, and it's perfect. These water weeds really bring and attract a lot of different kinds of birds. So even like if you think about Chitwa Dam, and if those water weeds weren't there, you will hardly ever see those African jacanas around that side. The African jacanas use the water weeds as just like a base area to kind of run along, the water surface, and to catch any of those insects that's hanging around the water weeds. Bianca, yes, definitely. If you think it's almost like a waxy layer that's always on the bird's feathers. So if it's raining or anything, and or if it's a bird that goes into the water, it seems like if you think about if you put oil on the ground and you put water on top of the oil, the water just runs off. So it's the same thing with birds' feathers. They've got that kind of same substance, where if it just kind of sits on the feathers, the water will just trickle off. But not the downing feathers if you're looking at the chest feathers itself, because that is more kind of fluffy. And what happens, what sometimes they do, they'll actually go into the water, they'll fluff those feathers out. They'll actually try and trap some water in it, or if it's a cold day, they'll fluff it out and trap hot or like warm air inside of those feathers. That's pretty much the feathers that's pretty much sitting on the breast area. But yeah, that's but they're always preening themselves, always making sure that their feathers are maintained pretty well, and there's no feather that's out of place. Very important for birds doing that. Alright, I'm going to see if I can just pan out a little bit now. I want to just take a look if I can. Maybe it's quite warm there. It's getting quite warm that side, it seems like it. And I'm sure that we might get some elephants coming down to drink during the day. Let's take a look around here. Lenny, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching from. Thank you for joining us. Little goslings, I counted 7. So I'll try to see if I can find them again, but I did count 7. That's perfect for them. Alright, I don't see anything this side. Where are they? Hello. There's the little Egyptian geese. They should be around here somewhere, but they're doing very well. And I'm hoping that those 7 will survive to adulthood. And they can, and once they can start flying, they'll move off from this dam. And I know Chitwa Dam as well. I think they've got those 5. I think 5 at Chitwa Dam and 7 at this area. You can see all the elephant dung lying all over the show here. Definitely you can see that these water holes have been so busy over the last several weeks because of the heat. And what was it, about 3-4 days ago, I had that huge herd of elephants that were pretty much swimming around the Treehouse Dam. And so these water holes are definitely busy. And you can see all the dung. So what they do, they will be drinking, and then they'll actually then do their business while they're drinking and while they're standing around. They'll do their business around here. And we'll take a look a little bit closer. You can just see in the elephant dung, you can see all the vegetation that's still pretty much left inside there. So only about 30% gets utilized. 70% of the vegetations that elephants do feed on gets passed through. So a big male of around about 6 tons, he'll eat around about 250, 300 kilograms of vegetation per day. And you'll actually defecate around about 100 to 150 kilograms of dung per day. So that's a lot of dung. And we've got a little blacksmith lapwing that's pretty much resting here between the dung. It looks like a juvenile lapwing. I just want to try and double check on that. If I can get there. Because I know that a lot of the lapwings at the moment have got eggs, so you'll find and chicks. So I know the one at Buffelshoek Dam has got 2 chicks of the blacksmith lapwings, and then the one at Twin Dams, there's blacksmith lapwings that side. They've got as well, or if they've got eggs, and the one at Treehouse Dam has got eggs, and the one at Treehouse Dam has got 4 eggs. So I wonder if these ones have not got eggs around here as well. It seems like it's all a breeding season for the lapwings. That's resting. Okay, let's see if I could. Just going to zoom out a bit, see if any big mammals are not making their way down to the dam. There's a little Egyptian geese. Oh, hello, the little families this side. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and where's the 7th one? Must be a somewhere. I did count 7 just now, I know that for sure. Yes, definitely. We've had Egyptian geese as well. Many a time you'll find, especially there are those Egyptian geese around Crocodile River. I mean, as I stayed in Marloth Park, there on the southern side of Kruger, and we had there's just so many Egyptian geese that side, and when you've got like 50, 60 different pairs around the area that's busy, calling and fighting with one another and trying to claim an area of that river. And, the noise that you hear is incredible. And it's continuous. Early starts early morning and will end late, or even into the evening. It's just they do make quite a racket.
The time has finally arrived. Trusty Rusty and good old Wendy are going into retirement.
A flat tire right in the middle of a herd of 400 buffalo.
It's pulling the mud off the side of the car, Seb.
It has been an amazing journey, but it is time for Wild Earth to bring in some brand new babies, and we need your help naming them. Register on our website and cast your vote for your favorite names and help us welcome these 2 new landies.
All right. Well, anyway, I'm still sitting here with Juma at Juma Dam, and I'm just hoping to see maybe Tlalamba come down for cat today. That would be definitely the perfect scenario right here. And one thing I always like looking at that tree, that marula tree, it's slanted down like that. I mean, I've seen Mafufunian in that tree, a male called Mafufunian. I've seen Karula in that tree. I've seen Mishu in Duna. So that tree is definitely a tree that I've seen quite a few leopards. I haven't seen Tlalamba in that tree yet. It would be nice to get her as well posing in that slanted marula. Such a nice tree that I think it's ideal. Every time I go over the Djuma Dam wall, I always take a look at that tree to make sure there's nothing up there. And I'm sure Molawati's used it. I'm sure Tabangumi. So yes, definitely a good old tree. But you can see the marula trees as well. You can see those leaves now coming through all the nice little young shoots. Nice, they've got that beautiful lime green color to them now. And soon these marula tree canopies are going to be full of leaves, and it's going to be nice, perfect shading for those leopards when they do climb into a tree like that now. Especially on hot days, it's going to be ideal, and you're going to get a little bit of or you're going to get a lot of shade, and you're going to have that beautiful breeze that's going to be coming through just to kind of keep them nice and cool. Frankie, good morning. What do I miss most about Djuma, being away from Djuma now? Well, Frankie, I think what I miss most is just being out on the drive, just being out there, just like the smells and the smell. Like, I'm a very practical person. I like touching, getting off, and washing my face with water that I just dug up from underneath the sand, and that kind of stuff. So I enjoy that. I like the practical stuff, but it's always nice as well just taking a look at these dams as well, because there's so much other different activities that happen during the daytime, especially when we're between the safaris. It's always, we never know what's really happening at the dams because we are too busy in the camp doing other things. So it's nice just to be out here and just to take a look. But yes, I do definitely miss that, and I also miss looking for our characters, But maybe the characters will find us. That's what I say. Maybe Tlalamba will find us. Maybe Tabangumi will find us. Yeah. So I'll definitely keep my eyes peeled for that. But yes, if you've got any questions or any comments, please send them through. If you want to know which character you would like to see coming down to Djuma Dam, let me know. As you know, we are live. This is an interactive experience, and I will be here to answer all your questions and listen to your comments. Please send them through. Oh, something that side. I thought I saw something move. Let me just go in there a bit. Nope. I thought something was moving there. But you can see how many things have just greened up now. Even a lot of the little buffalo thorns, the ziziphus. So that's a ziziphus in the center here. Good old this one here. Buffalo thorn, very palatable leaves for a lot of the animals, so they've got that real sharp thorns on them. So of course the one straight thorn, and then one that's pretty much a hooked thorn, and we call it a buffalo thorn. And it's got a very, like, the branches goes like a zigzag motion, and the local people around the area of Djuma, that side, the Shangans, they call it the tree of life. And why so is that if, for instance, somebody passes away, one of the family members passes away, what they'll do, they'll get a sangoma, and the sangoma is the guy that will actually kind of help them to call the ancestors and all that. They'll get a sangoma, and he'll take a branch from this tree, from the buffalo thorn, and he'll put it over his shoulder, and he'll go to the area where that person has passed away, with the family, of course, coming with him, and he will call that person's spirit into the branch. That's why they call it a tree of life, into the branch. And then once he calls that spirit into the branch, he'll go off and head back to the family's house, where they want to, of course, lay that branch down. And on his way back, if he's getting into a taxi, for instance, he has to pay a fare for 2 people, for himself and for, of course, the branch. If he goes to, McDonald's, he has to buy 2 burgers, one for himself and one for the branch because of the spirit that's inside of that branch. So by the time he gets to the family's house, he'll hand over that branch to the family, and that family will then, of course, keep it. Some people actually frame it. They put it in like a wooden box, like a little wooden box, or they'll frame it, or they'll put it somewhere where they feel that that person needs to, lay down and rest its soul. So yes, a tree of life. And why they call it a buffalo thorn as well is because a buffalo, if they get attacked by lions, you'll find the buffalo will actually, of course, it's got big horns in front, so it can protect itself in front, but the back end of the buffalo, it's got no horns there, so what he'll do, the buffalo will actually reverse its rear end into these bushes, so of course protecting the hind end from lions jumping on, and of course it's got the horns in front, so that's where the name buffalo thorn comes from. In Afrikaans we call it a waggie bietjie boom, wait a little bit tree, because if you walk past there, it seems like it holds on to you and it says wait a little bit, don't go any further. And I actually snagged myself in one of those the other day properly. That's when Columba had that duiker kill in a tree, so I'll try to get around the area to see if I can get a better position, and I completely mislooked this buffalo thorn, and it got hold of me properly on my arm. So yes, I ended up with a couple of those thorns embedded into my skin, and it was not a pleasant feeling. But anyway, as I say, Africa's not for sissies. Yes, Patrick, it's always nice to hear about, a little bit of, I can say, medicinal things of these trees, and the local people's beliefs on or what they use these trees for. So yeah, it's always nice to learn about these things. It's the same as I love the trees and things that you can do with it, and what the local people do with it. And it's the Tamboti tree. So now the Tamboti tree, I'm going to do a little bit of trees here. So this one, that's a big, long, tall one that you see now in frame. There we go. This is the Tamboti tree. So this is one of the trees that's pretty much toxic. So it's got a latex inside of it, like a white latex. And if us humans have to digest that latex, you're going to end up going to the hospital, and because it's going to give you, a proper stomach ulcers, and it might actually become quite a big problem. So you never digest that latex. But the local people, not even the local people, the bushmen back in the days, they used to actually take that latex, and when they used to make the arrowheads, they used to kind of put that latex on top of the arrowheads. So when they used to go and hunt impala or anything like that with the arrows, the bow and arrow, and if that arrow did not hit a proper heart shot or a lung shot, of course that latex then will go into the system, and then of course you'll find that down the line that impala will die off because of the toxins in that latex. And same as fish. So if you've got a little pool, like a little pond or something, and you don't have a fishing rope or like a fishing line or a fishing rod or maybe some fishing nets, what you can actually do, you can actually break a piece of the branch off like the euphorbia tree, and you can actually just chuck it into the water, and what it does, it'll actually deoxidizes the water, and then eventually the fish will come floating to the top. So that's one way. If you do not have any means of catching fish, you just look for a Tamboti tree. Tamboti. Actually a nice name, Tamboti. Alright, let's see what else we can find around here at the Djuma Dam. I'm really holding thumbs that we are going to get a nice herd of elephants coming through. Where are you, Ellies? Where are you? I think my... there we go. Darcy Miller. The marula fruit will be ripe. That's usually around Jan, February. That's when we got the marula fruits coming about. And I love the marula fruit. It's so high in vitamins. It's such a nice flavor to it. Some people don't enjoy it. There's a very unique flavor to it, but I love it. I love marula fruits. And especially when you go and drive and you find them lying on the road or lying on the side of the road from the marula tree, and you just pick it up and it's a nice yellow color, and then you just bite the one end off the skin, and then you kind of pop the fleshy part from inside of that skin into your mouth with a big seed there. Must watch the seed, and of course you can have a nice marula fruit for a snack. But definitely this water has gone down very quickly. I'm just looking at it now. It's amazing how quick this water goes down, especially at this time of the year. This is my favorite time of the year of being around in the reserves and that, because it's not much water around. Yes, I know it sounds bad, but it's like not much water around, but these water holes that still have water become so active. And we've got some Nyala. Hello, Nyala. All right, easy way to remember the Nyala and how to spell it. It's for Americans. It's Nyala. It's New York and Los Angeles. So Nyala, New York and Los Angeles. Nyala. Just going to try and listen out a little bit. Maybe we hear some elephants coming in the background. Sometimes you can hear them trumpeting or moaning or groaning. Just going to listen out a little bit here. So we're still sitting here with these beautiful female Nyala. As you can see, these female Nyala just eating from one of the guarri bushes. Looks like a magic guarri. There is a couple of, I think this one that's got the white, almost like the white flowers on it, is your Natal quarry. So you've got the two different quarries that you have here in this area. I've got the Natal and the Magic Quarry. Oh, look at those little white flowers. They're very cool. But I love those little Neolas. If they're enjoying those, maybe they're enjoying the little those little white flowers now. Especially that a lot of these little trees and shrubs are busy flowering. There's like the white berry bush as well. I can't wait when I get back and get the white berry bush in my tummy. I love those white berry bushes. Very interesting with the Nyala, with the female Nyala, they actually enjoy pretty much staying in family herds. So you'll find it's like mostly all related when it comes to the females. So like these two could be maybe two sisters, could be mom and daughter, could be granny and daughter, granddaughter, something like that. And you won't just find the two. You'll usually see several females together. I'm sure there's other ones somewhere in the thickets. And they are having the little lambs now at the moment, which is awesome. Well, it's not lambs, it's actually a calf. A lamb will be something like a bushbuck, but a Nyala will be a calf. So yeah, and I'm sure that I think Ali saw one yesterday or day before. I'm not trying to think, because I know I saw one in close to Chelapan. I saw the little calf. That's the day we got the wild dogs in the Molawati. And of course a nice dominant male, but I don't see the males here, or the male here now, and they're that very dark chocolate colour. So it's kind of quite a contrary to the female. So let's take a look. Let's see a little bit further up here. See if I can pick up on maybe a male here. But there's so many Nyalas that hang around here at Vuyatela towards the camp area. I wonder if that's why many times it actually attracts leopards like Tavangumi inside that area. Kalamba comes inside. So yes. Charlotte, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you're watching from. Thank you so much, Charlotte. Yes, I'm hoping, because it is Cat Day, so we've got to find them. Or they, being at the dam cam, I'm hoping they find us. So yes, let's hold thumbs, cross fingers, cross toes, cross legs, and let's see, maybe we are lucky with a leopard or even a lion that will come down here for the day. You never know. Always expect the unexpected. And I know Kalamba loves this dam so much. When last we actually seen it? Well, I saw tracks of Kalamba the other day going up Galago shortcut road when Tavangumi was busy fleming grimace like that. I think not yesterday, day before. And I think that female leopard tracks came all the way from our camp up Galago shortcut onto Buffelshoek boundary and went directly north into Buffelshoek. They're close to Mvubu Road. So I think I'm sure Kalamba must have been in the area over the last 3-4 days. So yeah, holding thumbs at Ali or Tess. They're fortunate to maybe finding her this afternoon. I can see that wind is still blowing quite a bit there. Oh, sorry, I'm a bit out of focus. I'm going to try and get in focus. I don't know. Oh, wait. I'm going to get in focus now. There it is. Yeah. The funniest thing yesterday when I came to Johannesburg and I had my flip-flops on. You know, flip-flops is like I'm gonna say like sandals. You know, like flip-flops. It's like sandal things, and it looked like, of course, and I had my short pants on, and it seemed like I had white socks on because I've been, of course, wearing my shoes on game drive all the time, and my feet did not get any sun. And my legs got loads of sun, so I'm nicely tanned on the legs, but there's no tan on my feet, so it looks like I'm wearing white socks. And it was I forgot my shoes at the lodge. So Yeah. A little bit embarrassing. Looks funny, but that's the way it is. As I call it, the safari tan. Yes, indeed. Good old safari tan. So Morgan says to me, like, luckily I can't show my feet on dam cam. Yeah, no, definitely. You see my toes coming up there on dam cam. That'll be funny. So this little pan as well looks very manky. I think it's doesn't look too fresh in there. Definitely, I won't do any wallowing in that dam, in that pan. Surface bee, yes, definitely. These invasive species of birds is definitely a widespread problem here in South Africa, especially the Indian myna. The Indian myna, they really kind of came on, most probably came on the ships or something many years ago, and it ended up going through towards the Natal area, started up at Natal. And in Natal, the Indian miners just flourished like anything, and then they started moving further north, coming into places like Nelspruit, that's in the Mpumalanga area, that's north of Natal, and it started pretty much creeping into those areas. And yes, it was, unfortunately, it's completely out of hand. There's no ways that you're going to stop that now. It's been too many years that those birds have been around now. It's almost, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I must actually take a look. I think those birds, the Indian myna, that's an invasive species to South Africa, I think they're actually on the bird list now, or in the books, the bird books. Actually, one of the species in the bird books. I must actually just double check on that. I think that could be the case. Service bee, that's definitely, we have to, that's why if they come into these kind of areas, that's like same as like the prickly pear, that's just a quite an invasive species plant, and we try and get rid of it as quick as possible, because you don't want to lose your indigenous species, and that's what happens. If you've got the invasive species coming through, indigenous species start taking strain, and you actually might even lose a species of bird or plant or something like that, and it's not what we want. Alright, I'm going to look for those lapwings. That's my mission here. I'm going to try and see if I can, well, I've got that. Oh wait, what's that? Oh no, it's a little, was it one of the ducklings of the Egyptian geese? Hello, all by yourself here. I can imagine, that's so vulnerable. You can imagine if you got like a African hawk eagle, or if you got a martial eagle, definitely they will be keeping an eye on this little one, because moving too far away from mom and dad, all by itself. Yeah. Yeah, Morgan, that's definitely, I feel the same. Maybe walking along the coast like this by myself. La la la. No, they're so cute. I love them. I'm sure mom and dad is just somewhere. I'm just going to quickly zoom out a little bit just to see where is the rest of the family. Well, I don't see the rest of the family. Definitely a good old song. All by myself. Shame. Yeah, anyhow. Yeah, definitely I will not try and sing again. I think my singing abilities is definitely not the greatest. There is something else in this water weeds at the bottom. I'm trying to see what it is. Sometimes you will get the three-banded plovers here as well. So I thought it might have been a three-banded plover, because they also hang around these water edges. But I don't see anything like that. Just one little duckling. Where's your friends? Oh, there's another one. Oh, there's the rest. Okay. Right, so left those Egyptian geese now while they continue foraging along there. And now look who we got. We got that Mr. Nyala. So now I can see here's the male Nyala compared to the female. And look at that beautiful boy coming through now, as you can see. Kathy Lee, I need to go to a tanning bed and just stick my leg or my feet in that tanning bed. Yeah, definitely, Kathy Lee. I think I need it. After I think my feet is turned so white compared to the rest of my legs, I think I'll need to stick these feet there at a nice tanning bed. I wonder where you get tanning beds. I've never. I don't think I've ever even seen a tanning bed in my life. So. Oh, look at this boy. It's as I said just now, that they've got that beautiful dark chocolate color to them. And as you can see, he is absolutely such a stunning male. So Nyala is a Shangaan word meaning onion. And you can see those beautiful white lines. Well, not now, but when it turns sideways, you'll see those beautiful white lines just running down the flank of the Nyala. And it looks like an onion. So that's where the Nyala word comes from. And it's got a beautiful, like kind of a white, I'm going to say nose piece. That just runs from one side to the other side on his muzzle. he's got nice horns. You can see on the tip of his horns there as well, it's got that little white area, the little white tips. So you'll find that once the Nyalas, they're pretty much the same as a kudu. Once they are fully grown, those white tips do appear, and then you know that it is a fully grown male Nyala or kudu. As well as that beautiful white fur like a mane that runs from the back of its head all the way down its spine. And when males start competing against each other, we call it philo-erectus, and where they actually erect that mane straight up, making themselves look much larger, and then of course they will kind of strut next to each other slowly and just kind of sussing each other out. So if there is males that do that, and when they do compete with each other, there's no physical altercations, it's more kind of using the size of their body as, how can I say, as a weapon to show the other male that don't mess with me, I am quite large. And they also fluff out their tails as well. See, I think the Nyala as well, it's got like that orange legs, like the tawny legs or the light brown legs, and top is a little bit black, and then goes like kind of a dark chocolate color. See, and now that's how I feel with my legs and my feet. It's got like that contrast, that kind of, one is very light and the other one's very dark. There you go. So Nyala and myself has got something in common here. Oh, see how he's digging his horns. Then it's just how they know is which water is safe to drink, Demi. It's the main thing is, I think they will drink pretty much anything. They've got very, very strong stomach enzymes, so that they don't really get sick that easily. So they'll just, and as well, they just kind of skim, when they drink, they just skim the top. They don't go and put the entire mouth into the water. They'll just kind of skim it from the top, so there's less sediment. And I'm sure they'll know exactly if it's like water that's contaminated with something. I'm sure the antelope will pick up on that very quickly. But if it's like, normal dams and all that, and if it's like animals that's been urinating and defecating in that water, it doesn't really bother them too much. Of course, you can see now nice that this Nyala's enjoying these waterweeds as well. It's just perfect for them, so it's a good thing. Kind of get rid of these waterweeds as quick as possible. Not many animals do feed on it. I've seen Nyala, I've seen waterbuck as well. They've been feeding on that waterweeds. And of course the Nyala's just enjoying it. So that keratin, of course, that surrounds the pretty much the nerve inside and the bone and the nerve inside of the horns. And you see how he was just now actually digging his horns into the mud, and sometimes it's also just to strengthen that keratin that's on the horns itself, and as well as to make himself look much larger in case if there is any males that's around the area. Alright, let's zoom out a little bit. I don't want to miss out if there is nice, maybe elephants coming down, maybe a cat or two. Never know. Oh, there's the elephant. Oh, hello. Oh, where am I going? There he is. Well, looks like a nice little young male. Double checking. He's got a very skewed tusk, doesn't he? Yeah, he's got like a tusk that's actually pointing down, almost like Fang. But like this is the male version of Fang, but like smaller tusks. Fang's got large, long tusks. that female elephant. But this is a young male, not the oldest, maybe like a 25, 30-year-old male. You can just see by the size of his head. There's also the indentations on his head is not that deep. The older they are, the deeper those indentations on the forehead go in. And you can see the tusks of this male. There's one is pretty much, and I can't see the other tusk. I think maybe he's just got one tusk. And it's going straight down. Almost looks like a saber-toothed tiger. Let me just do it there, just like that. That's what I thought. On hot days like this, I was hoping to get an elephant or two coming through to the dam. You can see how he just takes from the top. It doesn't go and put his entire trunk deep into the water. Same thing as like I was explaining about the sediment. So he'll just skim the top and drink the clean water that sits pretty much on top, and actually the sediment at the bottom. Watch him, and here we go. Now he's going to spray. No, he's not. Good afternoon. What is it? Afternoon? Good morning, Mr. Elephant. I'm already in the afternoon, yeah. And wise alone, many times you'll find that males will tend to move by themselves, or sometimes you'll find 2 or 3 males together. And why so is that, you know, when elephants or males get to the ages of 16, 17, 18 years old, pretty much that's when they're reaching like kind of puberty. Testosterone is pretty much climbed up pretty high in their system, and when the testosterone is high, of course a little bit of aggression comes out, and then they become aggressive with the young calves in those breeding herds, and then the females will pretty much, the matriarch and the females in those breeding herds will tend to like not accept and not tolerate the male's aggression to the youngsters, and then they'll kick them out of the herd. And then they'll move on by themselves, just like this male, or join older ones to gain some experience. Alright, I'm just going to like zoom. Maybe there is more elephants behind him. Never know. I was really caught by surprise there. Yeah, of course, definitely not a fully grown male. I mean, this guy's still going to be getting to a good 6 tons. I think he's only about, I'll say it's about the size of a female, a fully grown female. And a fully grown female is about 4.5 tons. So I think he's around about that size. Oh wait, actually now I can take a look on the other side if he's got another tusk. No, he doesn't. So he's just got the one skew tusk. So sometimes, yes, it's like some people are born without eye teeth, you know, it's sometimes like it's in genetic, and sometimes elephants have got the same situation. Maybe he was born without a left tusk, or it could have broken, you know, off while it was digging up something. back towards the dam and see what else is, because that elephant did catch me by surprise. And let's see if we can get another surprise here. So I'm trying to get used to sitting still, because I can't sit still when I'm at Djuma in the Rusty and I'm driving. It's like there's no sitting still with me. I have to try and sit still. Yeah, Cedric, you can do it. Alright, we're all back with old Mr. Kettle Egret here. I see he's still kind of enjoying this area with all the water weeds, maybe still hoping to catch some more insects for the day. Whoop, maybe he's going to... No, he's busy preening himself. I thought he decided to do something else there. Alright, so while we continue searching and looking around these dams, let's head over to Amakhala with Trishala.
We are continuing with our theme, I suppose, of friends with limited horn function. So, there was one impala. Oh, there we go. Firstly, we're looking at a bachelor herd. And there's one impala whose both horns have been broken at the same point, which is quite interesting. He's just got his head down now. And you can see that everybody else has these really nice tapered point to the end of their lyre-shaped horns. But unfortunately, he is looking a little bit stubby. Looking a bit blessbocky. So there's, I guess, two themes that we're going with today. One is strange looking horns or strange growth patterns, etc. and discussing that. And the other is unlikely animal associations. We won't say friends because we don't know if they're friends. And over here we see no unlikely animal associations, but we do see those broken horns. So in this group I can see that it's a bachelor herd of course, and the majority of them are fully grown males who have beautifully shaped horns, large horns. And there's a couple that are still young. Their horns have just made a U shape so far. So that U shape will bend inwards to almost touch before it starts bending outwards. And then finally it would get that quintessential impala-shaped horns. Now there's one male that's, I think it's the furthest away from us, who's got very dusty horns. He's just grooming himself now. He seems to have the largest, thickest and tallest, but not the widest. So obviously there's variation in horns. In terms of length, thickness, wideness, etc. As they grow, it's going to grow with them also. That keratin sheath that has the ridges on it. It's going to keep adding. The body is going to keep adding to it. The bud that we spoke about earlier when we were talking about the eland, that bony bud will keep growing as well. And they reach basically their biggest or maximum size when they're about 7 years old. The horns, that is. And that's around the time that an impala is in their peak. Would you like me to roll forward a little bit, PK? I might not be able to roll. Oh, yes. Our vehicle's name is Peter, if you didn't know. And Peter has been good to us. Peter has been good to us, apart from occasionally having a flat tire. We've had 4 flat tires since we've been here. 4. One time our flat tire was quite close to the lodge. We just walked down. It was breakfast time, guys. Breakfast was very important. So when impalas are in that prime time, that 7 years old, where the horns are really large and robust, and it's noticeably larger than other impalas that are, say 5 years old, 6 years old. That's around the time, or just after that time, that they start to get a darkened stripe near their eyes. Not always, or rather there's variation in the darkness of that stripe. So I'm just trying to see if there's any males here who have a really dark stripe. But you can see what I mean. It's kind of shaded around the eye, but some of them get a really dark stripe. It can look quite mean, actually. But while I look for one with a nice dark stripe, our broken horned friend is right at the end there. And BK's got him on camera. Shame. That looks quite unfortunate. I'm not sure how he could have done that. Maybe it was at the same time, maybe it was different times. It's likely that it was when he was fighting with another impala, because impalas don't just run into objects, except of course my vehicle that one time. So it's probably a result of a fight with another impala. I can see that's just mostly the tips that have broken off. So it wouldn't have been too painful because there isn't a blood supply that goes up to the tips. The blood supply is limited basically to where the bone area is. Okay, sure. I'm talking for you. I'm talking for you. My phone is kind of doing its own thing, and we're also on mobile data at the moment. Just so you know, not on the Wi-Fi because it's a what? Where is the bed? I can't see with my binos. This one here. It's just gray, huh? Sure. Sure, I'll keep on talking for you. I'm looking for a bird, but my phone is kind of being weird, and now we have to look for a gray nondescript bird. Small gray nondescript bird. Where with a long tail. Is the back green? No, it's all gray. It looks like it's all gray, and its eye is not red. Not a green-backed Cameroptera, not a crombec. Let's see, let's see. I'm just talking away. Talking away. Looking for a small bird that is gray. Small bird that is gray, helping me talk away. What are we gonna see? Ooh, it's a African dusky flycatcher. Woo! That's what it looks like. Do 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 do. That's him. Okay, let's see. Let's see without binoculars again. Now let's talk with my binos. Looks could be. I think it might be. Eye is not so large. Huh. I think so. Difficult to tell, man. Can you see its breast, BK? Its chest. I think it might be a dusky flycatcher. I mean, I can't think of anything else that it could be. It's not small enough. I mean, it's not large enough to be any of the others. Okay. Cool, cool. Give her a thumbs up if she needs one. Sorry about that, guys. Well, here we are, still with our impalas. Oh, we have a bit of a match going on there. You are probably, are you on the bird, BK? Oh, you what? Looked like a dusky flycatcher, but now we have some action, some aggression going on here. I guess it's that time of day. Oh! Those guys look like they just turned to face each other and hit their heads together as opposed to intentionally trying to fight. This is what happens in bachelor heads. Lots of hormones. It's a place to test your might, figure out your, not just strategy really, but you know, those things that work best for you when the time comes for you to start rutting. But of course, first it wants to look at a vehicle that goes past. So these are not serious fights, these are practice fights. In a way, they will be asserting their dominance within the bachelor group and trying to determine who is the eldest, most experienced, strongest. And sometimes that's obvious because it's usually the oldest in the group who has the most experience. Oops, sorry, BK. I rolled there. But they still have to figure out being Impala, especially figure out being how to fight and how to fight in a way that's not going to hurt you. The ridges on their horns are so important. It makes sure that they don't slip, that they can lock horns quite perfectly. Of course, that can also mean that at the right angle with the right leverage, they can break off horns, just like the other guy has. But it means that when they're pushing against each other and fighting, they can really be very solid while they do that. But you can tell that it's not so serious. I mean, one of them is chewing away on some cud. And this one too a little bit, giving himself a groom. All while they're fighting. So you can tell it's not that serious. They're starting to move off now. They're moving towards the main road, which is our cue to keep on moving as well. The young one is struggling the young one is struggling to figure out how his horns are going to fit into all of this. Oh, it's really, really getting very hot. I can see the movement in the air. Hot air rising. I just released a trapped friend from the vehicle. A moth was trapped into the air vent, struggling to get out. But I helped it out. Wow, it felt like it just increased several degrees right now. These impala will be feeling it too. So I'm sure they're going to start making their way towards a patch of shade. But unlike us, they, are very used to being outdoors all the time. So rain, shine, thunderstorms, all those kinds of things don't bother them. It's just another part of life. They don't necessarily actively seek shelter. The only thing with the heat is that they don't want to become dehydrated. So if they are spending a lot of time exposed to the sun, they will frequently drink. And luckily they're quite close to a water hole, but that water hole is the one with the hippos. So it's only about maybe 1 kilometer away or so. They're also going to be choosing moisture-rich browsing and grazing material. These are mixed feeders, so they can swap between whatever is best, basically, at the time, which is a great advantage because it means that they can exist in quite a range of biomes. And we know here that in Namakala there are 5 different types, so they can move around and pick and select that vegetation that best suits their needs at that time. It also means that they're more resilient and able to adapt quicker to change. If landscape suddenly becomes overgrown with woody Albany thicket, then they can switch only to browsing. If they suddenly Albany thicket is gone and it's all grassland, then they can still thrive. So it's really important. It's an important strategy to have. It helps them be successful, and they certainly are very, very successful antelope. Some of them seem to be eating the flowers at the moment. I think it's absolutely adorable when they start eating flowers. Can't wait for some animal to get a flower stuck on their face. It'll be cuteness overload for me. I remember seeing an impala. That's a sudden boo-boo calling in the distance there. I have seen an impala that had obviously walked through a golden orb web spider's web. And so between its horns was this golden kind of almost looked dream catchery, because it wasn't a perfect web. Maybe not dream catchery, but as if somebody had spun some silk over its horns. So between it there was this little pattern, and it was obviously very, very golden as well, especially when it touched the sun, or when the sun touched it. Then it was very pretty and golden, and I thought it looked quite handsome. And I hope that the actual spider, the golden orb web spider, got out fine. Otherwise, it would have had a lift on an impala through the bush. Oh, Shorthorn is taking on a Longhorn there. Oh, we got a bit of a practice roar as well. Oh, look at that. That must actually be very, very important and useful for the impala who's lost the tip of his horns. Because the last thing he would want is to come up against a territorial impala during the rut and figure out that he can't fight anymore. So having a bachelor group like this is a perfect place for him to figure out where he stands. Because when it comes time for the rut, it's every impala male for himself. So these impala are pretty close to a main road. So if you're hearing other cars go past, that's what it is. Still within the reserve, but it just is close to a main road. So please excuse the cars that go past. Sounds of birds are starting to come up again. It's also because we're quite close to a little drainage. We need to go through it to pop up onto the ridge and then go down into the basin. So whenever you enter areas like this where there are drainages, those are obviously areas where there is a larger or more significant water supply. And so then you get more vegetation that is not grass. So a lot more trees, shrubs, herby vegetation. And that also attracts more birds. So we're hearing that. Okay, well, they have moved off. So, oh, look at that. It popped up its head to say goodbye, I think. Okay, off they go. Let's pop up on top of the ridge, and then we'll be able to see down into the basin. I love looking down into the basin. It makes me so, so happy. I'm sorry guys, it's going to be a little bit bumpy as I move towards there. I get so excited when I see areas where there's actually patches of sand. So then
my heart rate has gone up slightly. In fact, it's gone up quite a lot. This elephant is now 2 meters from us. Okay, we might have to move here. No? Yes. The Sorry, my friend, but you're about to push that onto the car. You see how cross he was that we didn't want to watch him push the tree over. That's why we moved.
So we've been extremely lucky. And this is what I'm talking about when I say just spend time with animals. This is very, very, very cool to see this. Do cheetah males groom each other for social bonding? And I can't give you a better answer than what they're actually doing in front of the camera right now.
Yeah, but at Mashatu, we're at Mashatu Waterhole here in Botswana. As you can see, we've got once again a nice ostrich that is just drinking from the waterhole. Well, by itself, looks like a male. It seems very, very dark, also very tall compared to the female. The males are much larger. But yes, ostriches can run really fast. I mean, you're looking at around about, I think it's up to 70 kilometers an hour, which is very quick for a bird. But yes, of course, this bird does not fly, and it cannot fly. But it's about 70 k's an hour. I think it's around about 43 miles per hour. If I had to convert it from kilometers to miles, that's about 43 miles per hour. And of course, there just to the left as well, you've got a couple of like a helmeted guinea fowl. That's just still hanging around the watering area. There's quite a nice family that usually comes down to the Mashatu Waterhole. Definitely, it's nice to see once again these ostriches. As I say, they're in Sabi Sands. They're at Djuma. We hardly ever get to see them, but they do exist in the Kruger Park. But as you know, that ostriches, I think the survival rate of the ostrich chicks, is very, very, very minimal, because there's a lot of other predators, leopards, lions, wild dogs, hyenas. They are around that area, and of course the survival for those predatory chicks is very, very minimal and very small.
African Penguin Awareness Day is on the way, and while you could go and rent a tux to match our best dressed little beach roamers, here at Wild Earth we want to help make it a little simpler to celebrate them in style. Browse our online shops to find t-shirts, hoodies, tote bags and more, all with this adorable penguin beach design. Show these little guys some love and get your Penguin Beach merch today.
Yeah, and definitely you can see here at Mashatu, at the waterhole, you can see there's not much grass covering around this area, and it's very much like a lot of grazing that happens. So of course a lot of animals will come down to have some water, have a drink, and then they'll go back in and they'll start feeding once again on some nice palatable grass. And we will actually be more of a decrease and not an increase of grass. We will decreases where if it is overgrazed or overutilized, you'll find that that grass will start decreasing, meaning it will not flourish as good as increase of grass. Here's another two, almost said hornbills. Definitely not a hornbill, but there's another two ostriches to the right there. As you can see, it looks like two females, and of course the male that's just had his drink, he's now moving towards him. I think he might end up heading further away from this area. Come on, cats, it's cat today, we need those cats. I'm still holding thumbs. Definitely get a cat before the end of this day. There's the rest of the family of the helmeted green and guinea fowls to the left there. I thought it was just the two, but I see the rest of the family is making their appearance as well. And many times you'll find the guinea fowls foraging around these water areas, also on the roads as well. So if vehicles do go past certain, go past grass and all that, that's situated next to the road, you'll find that those seeds will be scattered all along the road, and you'll find that these guinea fowl will go and pick up on those seeds. Perry, leopards. Terry, Terry. Are leopards common in Mashatu? Well, Terry, I'm sure there are. I'm sure there is nice sightings of leopards. I'm sure there has been sightings of them around here. How common they are, I don't think it's going to be like the Sabi Sands. I mean, the Sabi Sands is just world renowned for its leopards, and they're so relaxed around the vehicles as well. But I'm sure in Mashatu there must be definitely some good leopard sightings around that side. But far and few between compared to the Sabi Sands. You can see a little male ostrich. He's decided to go and take a bit of a rest on the ground and enjoy the company of those two females around him. As you know that the ostriches pretty much have the harem, so the male have several females in his harem, just like the impalas. So impala got one ram and a lot of ewes, and it's the same as the ostrich. They have all of these female ostriches with him. Apparently are mates for life as well. Partners for life. Unless another male decides to come in and maybe push this one out, and you never know, then there might be an exchange of I'm going to say beaks, but yeah, there's definitely just the one male at the moment, yeah. Definitely, I think as well with these guinea fowl that's being around here, that's one of the nicest things having guinea fowl in the area, as they are such a huge indicator for predators. So even if it's a leopard or if it's a bird of prey, they always will let you know. They make it. They make that real high pitch and noise, and you can work out very quickly that there is a predator close by. And you'll get something like when it comes to birds of prey, your African hawk eagle and your martial eagle, they specialize on guinea fowl. Almost like the black eagle or the Verreaux's eagle that actually specializes on dassies, hyraxes. Rolo! I'd have to sing the Toto song for the cats. Yeah, I know that song, but yeah, I really tried to sing a song this morning, and I think it came out very bad, and I don't know, I realised it's not a good idea. I'll keep the singing moments to maybe who sings well? I'm trying to think. Tess, she sings pretty well. She's a good singer. I think Morgan and Nadine wants me to try and sing any kind of song for some cats and maybe even hyenas, but nah, I don't know about that. I think, as I said, it's maybe later. Let's see. Surprise, surprise. Oh, Byron's got a good voice as well. Byron has got a fantastic voice, and Tess. Actually, a lot of the crew here at Wild Earth, they've got amazing voices. I think, and Nadine and Morgan as well there at FC. I think they've got stunning voices when it comes to singing. I'll do the beatbox for them. I can do the beatbox, not a problem. I think that's as far as I can go with when it comes to musical side of things. But and Morgan says Morgan and Nadine said they'll do the Hammerkop shuffle for us. So yes, definitely. If they're going to do the Hammerkop shuffle, I'm hoping that they'll end up doing it. And if they go to Djuma one day, then they can go into Chelapan or one of those dams, and then I will sing. But it seems quite hard to look, as you can see those ostriches in the background as well. They have taken some time out. Those pretty much lying. They're almost the same as your giraffe. So when giraffe do lie down, they don't lie down completely flat with their head, pretty much lying like kind of, like I say, flat on the ground. It's the same as your ostriches, same as camels. Certain species that will just lie down, fold their legs in, and they'll actually just keep their heads always up, just in case, because I can imagine if these ostriches do lie flat, they become very vulnerable to predators, and it'll be a little bit of a mission for them to quickly pick their heads up and try and get away from that predator. But we've got a lot of ostriches here in South Africa when it comes to almost like people that breed ostriches, and it's the big farms over down there in Oudtshoorn. It's close to where I stay. I stay, of course, in Sedgefield, Knysna area, and you get a lot of times that go past Oudtshoorn and you can see those farms, and it's loads and loads and loads of ostriches that side. It's nothing better than looking at a wild ostrich. And that one's almost tucking its neck in, the male. I actually would love to. I think what's. Oh, here comes our little impala. Oh, hello. No, don't go that way. There we go. So a couple of female impalas coming through to the dam. Coming to have their little drink. Oh, a young male as well. Older male. Now they say there is a crocodile that's in this dam. What? Never know. It'll surprise us here. You can see how the impalas all together. As you can see, all impalas. I'm zooming a little bit out, I think. Out there. They're always aware, very, very much aware. So when they do drink, they're very jumpy sometimes. And I can imagine, I mean, you never know what's actually crept into those water holes during the night time, during the daytime. And sometimes you'll find crocodiles will actually do like kind of, we call it like dam hopping, pan hopping, water hole hopping. Let's just look for a nice area that they know that the water is not going to subside too much for them to move again. This is very nice. And they're very, very all feel comfortable with each other, as I say, because you've got a lot of different kinds of species around you, are all looking out for each other, and making sure there's going to be nothing that's coming around to surprise them. Oh, the guys impalas are still just looking. I think they're just taking notice of the ostriches there. I realise that there is something that's hanging around the water as well, not just them and the guinea fowl. If I move a little bit to the right with the camera, I want to see if I'm fortunate to finding that elusive crocodile here. Oh my word, look at that, they're actually all jumping over. Oh, clearly my timing was a little bit out there on the panning. Let's try again. Almost looks like the same water weed that we have here at Jimma Dam. Let me see if I can look at that, but it seems like it's a bit more of a creeper coming further out of the dam itself. Not in the dam, but it's also like kind of almost spreading through towards some of these acacias here. Camera just decided to move there. But how nice would it be to see a leopard coming down to Mashatu Dam? That would be fantastic, or waterhole. That would be absolutely brilliant. Oh, we've still got some impalas in the background here. Looks like a nice male ram that's just hanging back. He's just coming down for a good old drink. Just to realise that there is ostriches that's busy lying there just north of him. Well, I'm sure it's north. I just want to see where I am here. A little bit direction. Yeah, looks like north. Oh, look, like the sounds of it, it sounds like almost like a clicking, and it seems like it's maybe those fold-leaf frogs that we get to see. Looks like, oh, and we've got a nice little giraffe that's coming in. That's what I thought. That is fantastic. Hello, Mr. Giraffe, or is it Mr. Giraffe? Let me just quickly take a look. I want to just go to the side. Is he a crouch or is he... Looks like spreading spreading those front legs of him and crouching a bit. Just kind of positioning himself just right for, of course, getting low down to the water. You can imagine being like 5.5 meters. That is quite tall. And going down. So now you'll see when he flicks his head as well. When he's finished drinking, they'll usually always flick the head back. And that's just to do with the blood flow as well that comes through to the brain. You can imagine that heart of a giraffe is about 11-12 kilograms heavy. So, and you can imagine pumping 160 170 beats per minute. That blood is a lot of pressure that's going up to the brain. And that's why you'll find, see how he flicks at the head. And just to make sure that he's not going to pass out with too much blood flow that is going to go all towards the brain. Almost like we call it, it's like a blood sponge. It's just it's situated just below the brain itself. It's like a lot of little blood vessels, and what happens, it actually regulates the flow of blood towards the brain, and then of course it just makes sure that the blood doesn't just all pump straight to the brain. Because you'll pass out, definitely, if you don't have that system to regulate the blood flow. Oh, here comes another giraffe. Oh, all happening at the moment. Fantastic. I just want to see if I can get a little bit in there. It looks like a male to me. I just want to double check. It's very difficult to see. I just want to see if it's going to turn his head, and I can see the ossicones. Well, the other one on the left is definitely a young male. Yeah, it comes a lot. So it's a whole journey of giraffe that's making their way towards Mashatu watering hole. Let me just try and get in a little bit closer, see if I can zoom in here on them. My apologies, it seems like it's 3 females. You can see those ossicones, very thin ossicones, in other words the horns. You can see the hair on top of their horns as well. We of course, you can see the one giraffe is just looking to the right there, just noticing those ostriches that's lying down.
Listen up, explorers. We have a brand new prize. This time you can recline riverside at the breathtaking Settlers Drift Lodge at Kariga Game Reserve. Take a breather from your busy life. Why not treat yourself at the spa or wander into nature on a guided bushwalk, twice daily safari drives, or even a boat river cruise? Open to all levels of explorers. Sign up before the 28th of October and it could be you jetting off to this luxurious lodge.
they're still enjoying this water. Definitely having a lot to drink here, and making sure that they drink enough before they have to move on. Before they then feed once again on all these beautiful acacia trees that's surrounding Mashatu Waterhole. It seems like there's some nesting materials there in the back left in the trees there. I don't know if it was maybe one of the weavers. Alright, so as you can see, we are live and we are interactive, and this is an interactive experience for everybody, so please send us some questions, some comments. And yes, ask me if you want to talk about something, let me know. I am definitely here to keep you all entertained, and I'm hoping I can answer all the questions as well. Definitely been quite excited to be on some of these dams. As I said, it's nice to see different things around the area. Morgan wants to say that, I also do take song requests, but I don't think that'll happen. I'll take a request, definitely, but I don't know if I'm going to sing it. But this is definitely such a nice sighting of these three female giraffe. And as I say, it's like, I don't ever get to see them really in a natural, in the most natural behavior, because it's always, if we do go out, especially on Djuma, like sometimes unfortunately the cars are there and all that, so other vehicles from other lodges and all that. But yeah, now all of a sudden you've got them on the camera, on the dam camera, and the dam camera is just like there's no other vehicles around and anything, so it's not really upsetting them, or it's not kind of alerting them for anything. So it is nice just to see them very much in the natural behavior. Yeah, I love it. And look at those tail hairs; they're so long. And it's like it's an animal. It's actually one of the land mammals with one of the longest tail hairs. You can imagine if it has to kind of swipe all those or swat all those flies away around the side of the body and towards the neck. You have to have a long tail with long tail hairs. So, it's such a tall animal. Alright, well, we are going to leave the Mashatu waterhole here in Botswana. I think the best thing is let's head over maybe to Kokuyu in Namibia. Maybe see what's happening around that side. Oh, wow, look at that. It is so active with springbuck. There's some blue wildebeest, there's zebra. I also saw some gemsbok that's running in the background there as well. So there's so many different species of animals here. I mean, this is just amazing just to see all this happening around here at this waterhole. I'm definitely going to try and come in a little bit closer to some of these species. I'm going to try and see if I can get to those wildebeest there in the big background. Some wildebeest. What is, something's chasing them there. Something happened there. Let's try and zoom out again. Something Look at the attention there. Why did they all run? Alright, we're just trying to get the camera going up. So I just want to try and see if I can go way further into this area with the dam. Alright, I want to see if we can get those gemsbok, because I love gemsbok and it's nice to see them again. Yeah, I haven't seen a gemsbok for many a year, so it's definitely got a beautiful herd there in the background, with of course the wildebeest and then the springboks coming back into the water area. I just want to take this little scan, but they've got the most beautiful horns, the gemsbok, very straight. And I think the last time I saw a gemsbok is when I went to Namibia, and I went through to an area called Sosas Vlei, and we got to see these gemsbok on big open areas. It's nice to see them and the springbok, and of course some loads and loads of ostriches as well. I do love Namibia. I think it's a lovely place to go to. I think it's got it's so unique. It's the settings are just amazing. And I mean, you can see all these white rocks. Of course, there's probably a lot of salt that's pretty much sitting here on the ground, and actually giving this also the white look to it. Oh, well, these springbok are going pretty much quite far into the water. Oh, there's some nice kudu coming down, and zebra. So there's a lot happening here at Okupuyi. But yes, so while we're going to sit here for longer, let's head over to Trishala in Amakhala.
Hello, everybody. Just switch that off. We are here with this lovely elephant bull. You can see that he's so caked with mud. He's been at a pan recently, and it is really hot today. Or it's at least at this time of the day. And this mud is going to help him keep nice and cool, or as cool as he can, considering how large his body is and all that heat trapped inside of it. But he's moving pretty quickly, I must say. I think he's going to try and get down into that valley area where it's cool, so we might have to reposition. Okay, let's reposition. Sorry if it's a little bit bumpy. Also, we'll have to go down and turn because it's a little bit raised here. So we're down in the basin now. It's a wonderful place to be because from the top you can see everything that's going on, and that's how we spotted this bull in the first place. We'll turn around just here. Like a nice spot. Oh wow, let's have a quick look at these flowers. Look how beautiful they are. Oh, that's just stunning. I'm not sure what they are. Sorry about my head there, guys. Let me just pull out my binoculars first. Could be those wild fig flowers. Could be. It's a succulent flower. I only remember it from childhood being called a wild fig. And you can see they're quite shiny, but I'm going to check what the scientific name is in a moment, but I just kind of recognize it from these growing in my home, in my childhood home. Okay, well, we see our elephant moving down there, so we can take a moment here. Gosh, that is really such a beautiful kind of cerise color of those flowers. There's our bull walking away down the ridge. I hope that he'll come out at a road that we can join him at. There's so many flies around. BK suggested that I should get a pet chameleon that I could put on my shoulder. He would also like one. And then it would just zap all the flies from around our face on these hot days. I think that is an excellent idea. Shall we go round to find a road, or you? I mean, we can wait here for now. Mandy, you're absolutely right. Mandy says there's so many beautiful flowers in Amakhala. It's stunning. So this is, Amakhala is part of the Cape Floristic region. It's a region that annually explodes with flower and floral diversity that is just, it's amazing. And it stretches from about here up into Namibia through the Western Cape. And it's just an absolute explosion of flowers and colors. Okay, our elephant has moved off now, so we're going to have to make a move soon. But just in the time that I've been here, it's not even been 2 weeks, I've seen this progression from the royal carpet purpley flowers, not these ones. Those they were really obvious when I started, and then they became a little duller, and then those those yellow button flowers, they became so numerous. These carpets of yellow as we drove through, and now they're starting to become duller. And then there's these others kind of purpley blue ones that are starting to come up, but they haven't really bloomed yet. They're just kind of, I can see the heads and the color of the petals coming up. So there's a succession. It's so beautiful. And now, of course, these as well. Lovely. And no, I will not be jumping off to check what it is exactly, because that's not what we do when there are elephants around, even though it is quite far. But it's not what we do. Okay, let us reposition, try and find this guy again. I feel like my inner forest fairy knew to choose that spot to do a turn with all the flowers. Today I have one of those pants that you can zip and unzip and make into a shorts. The last time I had a pair of pants like that, I was about 11 years old, and I always thought they were quite if I'm gonna wear shorts, I'll just wear shorts. If I'm gonna wear long pants, I'll just wear long pants, right? But today they're super useful. It was chilly in the morning, so I got to wear them long, and then I just unzip them now when it's hot. So I have a brand new appreciation for these, and I no longer consider them, for lack of a better term, slightly dorky. Not that I ever minded being a dork, because I am one. Let me send you over to Cedric now. We have taken the tent down to early. We should be with him soon.
Nice, Trishala. Yes, definitely. Those pants do come in handy. I love those pants. I mean, it's like a 2-in-1 kind of pants, and it's especially on hot days. I mean, you don't want to have long pants on hot days. You definitely want to get those legs all zipped down. But perfect. As you're sitting here at Okuyo, once again here in Namibia at the waterhole, you definitely got some nice. And Burchell zebras, that's all coming around towards the water area. And there is so many. This is now, when you call it dazzle of zebra, this is a dazzle of zebra. Because definitely there in Djuma we will never get to see so many zebras together. This is quite amazing as you see. And of course it's got the springbucks in the middle there, and right at the back the beautiful antelope with those sharp, straight, sharp horns. But that's the gemsbok. So everything's coming down for a nice afternoon midday drink. Very interesting to see with all these zebras coming down like this. Now I wonder how these harems, because the zebras work exactly the same as your impalas. So you got the zebra, it's a stallion. So you got the one stallion and you got all the mares together, and you'll have his harem. But now there's so many zebras here. Is there, like, trying to figure out is how many harems are here, and trying to see if I can work out what is happening with these groups. Or maybe just zoom out a little bit. There we go. But what's nice about those antelopes in the... Oh, something is just... This gemsbok, love about them is that the male and the female, they both have horns. Both of them pretty much have these nice sharp horns on them. A little bit more. Like a bit of wind there. It seems like the dust is just moving from one side to the other side. I don't know where to look. There's so many things happening here. And these springbucks are just coming in numbers now down towards the watering area. And what's also nice about the springbucks is just like the gemsbok, so the male and the female, they both have the horns. And you'll find as well that the female springbuck, the horns is definitely much more slender compared to male, which has got pretty much a beautiful, heavily rigid shaped horns. So this is our South African national animal, the springbok, and of course our rugby teams are known as well as the springbok, the Proteas or the Springboks. That's our cricket team, it's the Proteas, and it's such a beautiful antelope, and they can really do that lovely pouncing around when they really display, and it's quite a thing to see. I'm actually trying to see if I can find maybe one of them doing it around there, because there's so many of them. I would actually think you might find one or two doing pronking around here. But we'll just keep it on here and let's just take a look at this beautiful scenery. Blue wildebeest, springbok, gemsbok, and I'm sure I saw kudu somewhere. And definitely on these really hot days, these kind of pans and these water holes, they're really start becoming so active. And a lot of movement from these animals back and forth. I'm going to keep a close eye on what's happening around here. Definitely sounds like crowned lapwings there. I'll double check on that. I do want to see if I can zoom in a little bit more on those lapwings. I'm actually trying to find it, yeah. Also impalas. Hey, there's also impalas here. I didn't see them. They blended. These impalas are blending in so well here with these springboks. It's so nice to see them around as well. 2 female impalas coming in. Of course, with these zebras. Definitely a different experiences. I can imagine just enjoying a whole new scenery and, as I said, new species of animals that we don't get up there in the Greater Kruger Park. And of course, the thing is with the springboks, had tried to introduce springboks in the Greater Kruger Park many years ago. Unfortunately, it was just not happening because there was a certain disease that pretty much like a heart disease that actually the springboks ended up with. So it was not feasible to introduce him into the Kruger National Park. Not their kind of vegetation, not their kind of area, and all the semi-arid areas. This is pretty much more ideal to them. Well, as you can see, we are. This is alive, and this is an interactive experience. So this safari is for you at home or wherever you are watching. And please send any questions, any comments. If you got something that you want to tell me or ask me about, please let me know. And I'm always going to be here to definitely answer as much as possible. I'm trying to figure out how many species we can actually get to see on the screen at once when it comes to animals. So we've got like, well, this one is not going to be too great. I think I'm going to try and get back to a little bit to the right here. We can see if we can get that wildebeest in again. There he is. So wildebeest, so we've got impala, springbok, gemsbok, and wildebeest at the moment. So we've got 4 different species in one setting. There are so many zebras as well, but let's go to the other side of the dam. Maybe we are fortunate with some zebras that side. Oh, there is some. Okay. Oh, we got them now, yeah. Alright, so we've got impala, zebras. Oh, and they're running again. Zebras, impala, springbok and also 4. So we just have to get the wildebeest into this frame, and then we would get 5 then. Yeah, we would have 5 then. That would be brilliant. I'm going a little bit to the left here. Looks like a little grebe that's in the water. I'll double check on that. I see a little bird, and there's 2 little birds that's in the water here. And just swimming around. I think it's a little grebe. Maybe I can go down a bit there. There we go. Let's see if I can zoom. There's a black wing stilts as well. On the far left hand side, definitely a little black wing stilts. And little grebes. And of course blacksmith lapwings in the background as well. Always blacksmith lapwings. I think blacksmith lapwings are no matter where you go. I went down towards the Western Cape, got some blacksmith lapwings going down that side. Of course, Djuma is riddled with blacksmith lapwings, plentiful at every dam. And it looks like we've got a pair that's hanging around here at the Rikuyo Waterhole. Those little grebes used to be called dab chicks. Little dab chick. Dab down. Used to like go in and out, like underwater and come up again, like pop in and out all the time. Just like a cork. Dab chick. WM, yes, definitely. I think it's nice just to see all these different species. I mean, it's just amazing. As I said, we could put actually almost 5 different species in one frame, which is like, it's just brilliant. Now, I'm not too sure with Okakoyo. I think there is other water holes in that area. I'm not too sure. I'll just have to double check on that. I might be wrong. Maybe that's why this water oil is so busy. Maybe there isn't any other water holes in the vicinity. That's why all these different species are coming down to this water body.
Hi, my name is Debbie Denhartog and I come from Pretoria in South Africa, and I am absolutely thrilled to have won the Wild Earth Prize to the Woodbury Tented Camp in Amakhala Game Reserve. Wild Earth has changed my life as I love watching the daily game drives. Thank you, Wild Earth.
Sign up today and you could be getting out there to experience it for yourself. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your name.
Definitely looks like another dazzle of zebra coming down from the top there, as they're slowly making their way towards this watering hole. So you'll find like something like in that dazzle, maybe I'm sure that one in front that's leading them will always be your stallion. So the stallion many times will actually lead those harems to area and protect those harems as well from any predators. And there's always the one, just to make sure that all the females, all the mares and all the foals are pretty much safe. You can see they're all just standing still and waiting. Maybe waiting for their turn. It just seems like there's so much traffic happening up and down here at this waterhole. And these water areas are so vital for animals. It's the thing that when it comes to certain areas that do not have a lot of dams or man-made water holes as well, you'll find that sometimes these little pans and that becomes very vital for all the animals around on that reserve. It's the same as at Greater Kruger Park. I mean, there's a lot of man-made water holes. But you must remember, we had to create those man-made waterholes because we started putting a fence around the entire Greater Kruger Park, which is a long fence. It's a huge fence. It's about 2,500 kilometers. So, I mean, that can almost stretch from the Lowveld, from Kruger Park, almost all the way down towards Cape Town. So it just shows you how large that fence is. It's a very big, it's the largest fence reserve in Africa. But it's important that these water holes are around, so because those fences have restricted animals from going further out and wandering into the rest of the areas and all that, towards the local areas and all that, and you don't want that to happen. So that's why we had to put these water holes out here for these animals. But it's good to see this. It's good to see all these species around, and I'm definitely going to try and see what else we can find around. Maybe get that black rhino. Apparently that black rhino came through here yesterday. Or was it the day before? It was the day before, yesterday. Oh, hello. Big elephant, big boy. Look at this. Of course he's also coming to have his fair share of water. Picasso, how deep is the water at Ogokuyo? Well, Picasso, I definitely, we got some of the, you'll see some of the gemsbox actually. There it is. You can see actually how deep, if it's going up to that, maybe about a meter deep. A meter? Oh, there comes another male elephant. There's two big boys. I love it. I love big males like this. Just watching them coming down to drink. Look at this. Now you can see just the size of this male. Look at his head. It's large, really big, round, thick trunk. Proper 6-ton male this. And that's how big male elephants get to. Well, that's how heavy they get to. About 6 tons. Alright, I just want to see if I can follow them and see where hopefully they are going to give us a bit of a show when they come and drink for us. There's that other male now. He just disappeared that side. Oh, he's still coming. So sometimes you'll find that these elephants, they know exactly. So these water holes are pumped from like underground water from boreholes. So sometimes you'll find that when these boreholes, when they're pumping the water into these pans, sometimes the elephants will actually work their way around towards where the water is coming out into the pan, and then knowing it's very clean water. And then they'll actually suck from that pipe and try and get as much clean water as possible. But I think they're going to go to the bottom here. You're going to see where the little inflow of water is coming from. You can see actually where they actually, yeah, there we go. Definitely going to drink some water from there. Maybe he's going to get pushed away by the bigger male. The other one is definitely much larger, older. Or maybe they'll share. I think coming back to that question as well with how deep this water is. I mean, you saw the Gemsbok pretty much standing almost in the middle of the pan. And I'm thinking about Gemsbok's legs. Yeah, I'd say about a meter, maybe a meter, maybe just less than a meter deep. Nice clean water for this big fella. You can see his right tusk has been broken off. So many times you're going to tell them if they're right-handed or left-handed, just like us. So if you've got like an elephant that's right tusk is nice and worn down and much shorter, then you know he's using that tusk. You know he's using that left or right tusk. Or the left tusk, so it could be either one. Actually, they're both the same size. The one on the left definitely is older, but I think they're both big males, but the one on the left definitely older. You can just see the indentations on that head. It's definitely much deeper. And they say elephants there in Namibia, elephants in Botswana, they get up to about 70 years old, plus minus. Where you'll find like the elephants in the Greater Kruger Park will get to about 60 years, plus minus, because it's the vegetation that they eat. So the vegetation in Namibia and pretty much in Botswana is very lush, very like the reeds, the grass. And you find elephants in the Greater Kruger Park, they'll eat a lot of rough vegetation, like, you know, a lot of the combretums, roots, all that kind of stuff. So more wear and tear on their teeth here at Greater Kruger Park compared to the wear and tear on the molars on the elephants up there at Namibia and Botswana. Very important for these male elephants, or for elephants in general, to have a good drink at least twice a day if it's hot. These hot days, definitely at least maybe twice a day. Oh, a springbok deciding, nope, they don't want to partake too much in drinking around here with these elephants. I wonder if they're actually going to go a little bit to the right here. Do you want to see this male's going to maybe spray himself with water, cool himself down? Is it hot there in Namibia? I'm not too sure. Let's just quickly take a look. Oh, there you go. There he is. Alright. Looks like he might have a little bit of a bath. Nice. Or both of them. Cooling themselves down. Very important for us. Like the elephants, your rhino, buffalo, warthogs, all of them enjoy the good old wallowing. These two are definitely having a party now. Once again, another pool party. Looks like I've been having quite a few elephant pool parties these days. The whole idea for that is just to kind of make sure if it's a hot day like this, just to protect their skin from the sun. And as well, if they've got any parasites on them, like the ticks and that, what that does, that mud will kind of cake against their skin, suffocate those parasites, and then when they do go off and they go and rub that mud off their body, it'll just kind of peel those parasites off with the mud. I just love the way they splash themselves and the noises as well. It's so nice. And even the springbucks. Now you can see there is like with the water how deep it is. I mean, now you can see it pretty much. Even the springbucks, it's not even touching their belly. And that's on the right hand side, so I'm sure it's not that deep at all. Seems like all the animals really like kind of respect each other's space, and all taking turns on coming down for a drink. Once again, something gave them a fright. Elephants are not too worried about whatever is giving us zebras and springboks a scare. Okay, definitely. It's. I don't think we're gonna have. We can have too many elephant pool parties. I think it's perfect. Every time we see a pool party from these elephants, it just makes me smile. Sometimes I just sit back and enjoy, and while they're enjoying the water, I'm enjoying watching them enjoying the water. And once again, it's this time of the year when it's so hot, and and there's not much water around, and these dams are. Djuma Dam, all the dams, on Djuma's side is always pumping with animals, lots of animals around, and of course the same as in Namibia now, and at Mashatu. You can see he's full of mud. He's very happy. He's off now. He's done his bit. We just need a good old black rhino coming through here now. That'll be nice, so I'll be very happy. And as well as, it's cat today, it'll be also nice to see a cat today. But yes, as you can see, we are live. This is an interactive experience. So if you've got any questions, comments, and even suggestions, and talking about suggestions, if you've got any kind of cat, any character that you would like to see today, let us know, please, or let me know. Maybe I can even relay it onto Tess and Ali there at Djuma for later. And holding thumbs for those ones. Maybe definitely get some cats for the day, or cat today. can just see how many elephants do come down there, and quite often you can actually see all the dung that's really lying around and across this watering hole. Oh, I think that other elephant's still enjoying his water. Yeah. He hasn't ended yet. He decided to move as well. He's done with the bathing and with cooling himself done. I think he's also going to start moving now towards. Maybe they're going to head off to an area, go for feed a bit, and go into more of the thicker areas. Especially males like this, you can imagine they have to eat at least 85% of your day, your 24-hour day. So you can't hang around there for too long. Such big animals. Looking at about 250, 300 kilograms of vegetation per day, so I'm sure they're going to head into the thickets and go and find some nice grass, reeds, maybe even roots, leaves, things like that. Big boys. Dust cloud coming up the back there. A lot of dust. I know something's kicking up a lot of dust. Maybe it's a big wind. Yeah, I was just looking at like in the background there. Sorry, I just had like a lot of dust that was kicked up by something, but I think it was more maybe like a little bit of a wind that came through. Actually, just kicked up all this very dry sand that's further up in the background. Alright, our two male elephants have decided to move off. I'm sure they are also hungry. I think they just want to head out and maybe find something else to eat after a good old cooling down session. And with this beautiful Gemsbok now, it's just coming down to the water as well. I'm going to sit back and enjoy these amazing, most beautiful antelopes. If I had to see something like this at Djuma, if I'm driving and I see a Gemsbok crossing my path, I would be very, very stoked. It will be quite a surprise. As you know, the Gemsbok, you'll never get them in the Greater Kruger. It's the main thing is more pretty much the Kalahari deserts, all that semi-arid areas that you'll find these Gemsbok. And it's also pretty much the coat of arms for Namibia, where we are now, of course at Okaukweo, and this is the coat of arms on Namibia. That's pretty much a Gemsbok. It's like the Gemsbok is pretty much very well noticeable around in the Namibian areas. Lorraine, I'm sure they do. I'm sure if that is going to be a sparring with males and that, I'm sure that those horns, if it's just one wrong move, excuse me, if there's just one wrong move, I'm sure they're going to, definitely that horn will poke the other one. I don't think it's going to be too pleasant for them, but it is sharp, 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 and I'm sure if they do have a little bit of a sparring battle, especially the males, I think that'll be not a good thing for them just to not protect themselves. Not like that springbok now, it's a good idea to rather run away. But it is definitely one of the most impressive horns that I can say on an antelope. It's a Gemsbok. Look, I love kudu horns. I think kudus are amazing. I love the spiral of a kudu. It's got that real spiraled shape. But just with the Gemsbok, it's just the length of the horns is just so impressive. I think the horns can pretty much average around about close to between 80 to 100 centimeters. 80 to 100 centimeters, that's like 3 rulers. It's also very important for females and the male Gemsbok to have the horns. Of course, you're talking about now, do they hurt themselves? But I find many times that the females actually use their horns to, defend themselves and also their calves. And of course, the males will pretty much use their horns to fight for territory and defend their territories from other males. So you can imagine those battles can end up quite vicious for the males. Alright, well, we're going to continue just sitting here at Okaukweo just to see what else is going to come around to the dam. Let's head over to Trishala to see what she's found in Amakhala.
I love sitting around in the bush and just seeing what happens. I think that's when we get the most amazing sightings. So I hope that Cedric will get some of those. Over here we have some kudu, some suspicious kudu, I might add. Suspicious of us, that is. They are not acting very suspicious. That's because we've driven this road a couple of times looking for the elephants that keep moving in the drainage. So we're trying to find a gap to actually see them, but when we thought, let's stop and have a look at these kudu in the meantime. So I often think about how what we're seeing here, even if it's the same animal, how it can look different to the same species in the Lowveld where I'm used to seeing these animals. And I found that kudu, okay, let's just backtrack for a little bit. Different populations of the same species can have different characteristics. Kind of think of it as like family characteristics in a way. So here I've found that the kudu are slightly darker and they have fewer white lines, white stripes in them. And it's really interesting to see that, because it's not necessarily that they have different genetics. It's just that certain things are expressed here and not expressed, or expressed less here and more there in the Lowveld, or vice versa. So I find that really interesting. Also, we know that kudu like areas where there's a drainage line, so they like to be in the thicket. And stripes, or the stripes on their body, are meant as a type of camouflage because it offers, it can disrupt their body shape. It's called disruptive coloration. And so when a predator sees that there's this entire object, they can make out that it's something quite different or not vegetation. But if there's lines on them, it may look like light coming through the thicket. So here you don't really get any tall trees, or not very many tall trees. So I wonder if they have fewer lines because there's less light coming through, because if they're in the thicket, the light is pretty much, it's so bushy that there's not a lot of stripy light coming through, so that illusion could be lost. Whereas in the Lowveld, there's a lot of taller trees which are going to be creating a lot more of those light shafts coming through. So I wonder if that has anything to do with it. But I've certainly found that they are darker, and those lines are less numerous. Look at them chomping away. This is quite a difficult place to pull off, so we are going to have to move because there's a vehicle behind us that wants to get past. So we'll try and figure out how to do that. Maybe we can just move off to the side of the here and hope that Peter's handbrake works. Am I off the road there, BK? Okay, I think that vehicle can pass, so we're going to actually be able to spend some time with our kudu here. I've been bitten by a mosquito, everybody. It's been a while, I must say, since I've been bitten by what I like to call a wild mosquito. Not the type of mosquito that lives in the city, but the type of mosquito that roughs it out here. Every herbivore out here is nibbling away at these flowers, and I think it is just adorable. And obviously as they eat, especially if they're eating a lot of the flowers, they're going to start to get pollen around their mouths. And if you notice, well, now it's out of shot, but if you notice, the mouth around a kudu is quite white. So it looks as if the lips look white, and I can't wait to see yellow pollen decorating those white lips. And the other reason that I stopped to look at this kudu, of course, I do love the kudu. And I did stop to look at the kudu, but the other reason was we had seen a pied starling. That was a first for me. So I'm hoping that maybe some birds show up here. Also, birds love drainages. And I've been hearing a Klaas's cuckoo and a Diederik cuckoo Was gonna sneeze and then it went away. It happens when you're live. It comes and then it's like, and then it goes away. Hi, Andrea. You'd like to know how did the kudu get its name? So I can tell you the anecdotal version of how a kudu got its name. And that has to do with it walking, I think it was. It goes kudu, kudu, kudu. But, those types of names, it's most likely that older tribes in Africa had seen a kudu and named it kudu based on the sound that it makes or the movement that it makes. And then we think it's just it's just based on the sound, but actually it's part of the movement of that language. But that's the anecdotal version that I heard. Although I do know that it is a kudu in as a Khoikhoi name. But the anecdotal version I heard was it's because of the kudu, 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 kudu as it walks. It's a kudu. I quite like the name. It rolls off the tongue nicely. And if we're talking about the scientific name, it is in the genus Tragelaphus. And that's Greek, so it's Traga and Laphus, or that whole Tragelaphus has to do with the fact that it's a deer-looking animal. Deer or goat-looking animal, I think. And then it's Strepsiros. So it's Tragelaphus, Strepsiros. The Strepsiros, I can't really remember. I think it has something to do with twists. And that makes sense because of the twisted horns. So, deer-like animal with twisted horns should be the translation of the Latin name. Tragelaphus strepsiros.
The Explorers program brings nature lovers together and helps share authentic wildlife experiences with the world. Explorers receive so many great benefits, including a chance to watch completely ad-free, luxury travel prizes, access to behind-the-scenes content, and don't forget the weekly newsletter filled with inside information. Explorer subscriptions are available in monthly, 6-monthly, and yearly on our website.
I remember, it's actually very difficult to see clearly here because I'm quite far away from it. But it looks like a pied starling. But I remember a long time ago when I was still training, 4 years ago, if not more than that, and we were training with James, and we were talking about certain birds, and we were talking about an Indian myna. And then James said to me that it's a type of starling. And I said, oh, but how do you know that? How do you know it's a type of starling? How can you just tell that it's a starling? And he said, it's the shape. And don't worry, you'll know how to do that too. It's one of those things that just happen out of spending a lot of time in the bush. And it's not just applicable for starlings, it's applicable for waxbills, finches, woodpeckers, larks. As soon as you start to get familiar with the birds, all of a sudden, just like with our leopards, certain features belong to certain groups, or with the leopards, certain features belong to certain individuals. And you start to recognize immediately at least the group which this bird is in. And it's so, so useful because when you want to identify it, you can kind of go to that spot first in your book and have a look. And I'm finally there where it feels like, I can look at a bird and think, general shape, yeah. And it takes practice, and it takes consistency. And then, even though before I would still be able to do it, but it takes a little bit more time. And the birds have never been my strong suit. But I do love them. Really, really, really do love them. And finding them and seeing new birds. It's such a special thing. Our kudu have all moved off. And I'm having a look into the little holes in the banks to see if there are any familiar faces. Yep, definitely a pied starling, and another one just landed a little bit closer on this tree here. Beautiful. I myself suspect that there's another mosquito in this vehicle. Now, there are very few insects that I dislike. Mosquitoes are one of them because they seem to really, really, really like me. Luckily, this is a malaria-free area, so I don't have to think about that. Let's just see. And he's moved off. But we have another vehicle going past us now. You might hear that. Hi Vicky, you'd like to know if I'm excited to see any birds this season? I mean, all birds really. I'm excited to see. Those that are coming from Europe, obviously I look forward to seeing a woodland kingfisher. Who's not? I look forward to hearing the sound, hearing it's the first time I hear that chip chirr, and it sounds so sweet. And then 2 days later, you think to yourself, my goodness, how early does this bird wake up, and why is it waking me up, and why will it just not stop? Just keeps going and keeps going. But otherwise, maybe some European rollers. Think about what else I'd really like to see. Steppe eagle. That would be nice. Yeah, that would be nice. Okay. Shall we keep on moving? Mosquitoes. having a feast here. This is what I get for taking the bottom, unzipping my pants, you know. I mean the legs of my pants, if you needed clarification there. Okay, let me send you over to Cedric. He's having a look and a wait at the Mashatu waterhole. I bet something great is about to happen.
Yes, thanks, Jishala. Yes, still sitting here. I'm sitting now at Mashatu, Mashatu Waterhole in Botswana. And yes, we've got, of course, the 3 ostriches, one male and 2 females. It's just having a little bit of a drink around the waterhole. A couple of the guinea fowl running back and forth, up and down. Looks like they are having some fun around the area. Let's just take a look. I'm going to come out a little bit. Scan a little bit around the dam area. Let's see what else we can find here. Go slowly through. See that guinea fowl. Towards Mashatu Dam. Doesn't look like too much on that side, but maybe a little bit further to the left. Yeah. Come on, it's cat today. Ooh, is it a crocodile? Oh, I thought it looked like a crocodile. That's not. Almost thought, what is it? Let me just quickly zoom in here. I know Mashatu Waterhole has got a crocodile, so I just want to see if I can zoom in here quickly and see what it is. Looks like it is. No, it's not. Yeah, it's my wooden crocodile. Sorry, yeah, it's like I'm not too sure of all these little secret little stumps that's sticking out here at the dam. I know I've made the mistake like this many a time, even on drive. You could think it's something that's lying down. I think the biggest mistake I've ever made was I found I found wild dog tracks, and I was following the tracks, and next moment I went through one of the drainage lines, and my tracker looked at me, I looked at him, I looked back down the drainage line, and it looked like wild dogs that are lying in this riverbed. So of course I got so excited, I quickly got onto the radio, I told radio then, I was like, guys, I've just got wild dogs, they're lying in this drainage line. And then everyone's like, oh, on takes second vehicle, third vehicle, standbys, and everyone was going crazy, couldn't wait to get into that sighting. So of course I went down the riverbed to get closer to the wild dogs, and I realized it wasn't wild dogs, it was actually like 2 stumps that were burnt, so they had that black and that brownish color to it. And yeah, so now I had to tell the rest of the vehicles, the other guides, I had to tell them, listen, unfortunately it was not wild dogs, but I didn't say that in that way. I actually just said, I think these wild dogs just got up and they just ran off and they went south into an area that we cannot follow, and there's no more visibility on it. So the guy's like, okay, don't worry about it. We are not going to respond to those dogs anymore, as they have ran away. So I felt very blind. I felt very bad. That was one of those, interesting moments. Like now, where I thought it was a crocodile, and it wasn't a crocodile, it was a stump. Nope, well, looks like the ostriches are running off. Like they're definitely not hanging around. I'm just taking a look here. You see this ostrich stall there? I can just go a little bit closer there, see if I can. Fortunate to see how beautiful these birds are. As I say, we don't get to see them too often. Oh, what is running there? What is that? That's a baboon. Oh, Chakma baboons are coming down to the dam. That's nice. A whole troop of Chakma baboons. Alright, let's just get this out. What's that? I thought I saw something. And I first thought it was little Chakma baboons and all that. So it's nice to see them around the side. I thought it was guinea fowl earlier, but I see that there's the baboons that's just busy running all over the show and having a huge party here. And there's guinea fowl as well, of course. Always have to have the guinea fowls in the mix. But yes, it's nice to see these ones. I mean, I know at Djuma we used to see quite a few of them, and then eventually kind of became not a rare sighting, but we just didn't see any more Chakma baboons around that area. But it's nice to see these ones here. Big dominant male, always controlled by a dominant male, and of course you'll have a couple of the females in his troop, and you'll be looking after them. And as well, you'll find that there will also be a beta male. I think we just saw a little one running there as well. Oh, no. There goes the guinea fowl. Definitely didn't want to stay back. The rest of the troop of baboons is still coming down towards the watering area. Another kind of finding some shade under some of these acacia trees. Very nice to see. And a little one right at the base of that tree. But yes, they can become quite vicious. I know that baboons always used to stay there at the lodges and that where I used to work, and we always used to warn people that do not approach them, do not feed them, not a good idea, because they become quite a problem for those lodges. But yes, especially for the kids and for ladies, sometimes these big males will actually challenge a human to get some food. Well, you know that their worst enemies is, and also leopard's worst enemies, a baboon, and a baboon's worst enemy is a leopard, because they both share pretty much treetops, and they both hang around in those areas. And I've seen where actually baboon, especially the alpha male, if he comes across a leopard cub that's been like stashed away somewhere, and the mom is not around, then definitely a big male baboon can go there. He'll kill that cub, and what he'll do sometimes, he'll actually drag that cub back to the rest of the troop, just to kind of show the troop that, listen, I am the alpha male, look what I've done. I've just killed a leopard cub, or a leopard in general, and get some affirmation from the troop for doing that. So, yeah, very powerful animals, very powerful animals. You don't want to mess with them. But the youngsters, the little baboons, they are cute. I love watching little ones. They actually sometimes can be so playful, and always chasing each other around, and it's nice to see them. Also a good old indicator if there's predators, and you always hear that bahoo, bahoo, and always if you hear that, then you know there is something lurking around. see if I can just pan out a little bit. Or it's not pan out, zoom out a little bit. And see where the rest of the troop is. I've just got the one that's sitting in the shade there, but I want to see where the rest of the troop has gone. And it looked like they all ran to the left of the screen. Maybe they went to my wooden crock. Let's take a look. Oh, there's some there. Oh, there you are. A little bit that way. Let's see if we can get it nicely straight. Oh, too far. There we go. Of course, eating all different kinds of things, from berries, seeds, little roots, fruits. Quite a variety of food, and as well as has been witnessed them eating meat as well, and killing impala, baby like little lambs. And definitely you'll find like the impalas when they give birth here at the end of November. You'll find sometimes these chakma baboons will actually follow a female that's about to give birth, and they'll actually try and steal that little lamb when it's pretty much been born. Oh, little banded mongoose. Look at little banded mongoose. Look at that. Oh, they're so cute. The little banded mongoose. I love banded mongoose. They are the cutest little things ever. We always see the dwarf mongoose, mostly in the Djuma. We got banded mongoose, but I hardly ever see them come down. But look at this. All the banded mongoose coming down. The whole family, impala. Now the baboons are joining in as well. So that is definitely fantastic. And of course the banded mongoose have many times been witness of course killing snakes. So they'll act as like one organism, and they'll kind of kill, oh look at that, all together, look at that, all very tight knit, very close together. You can see how they move all together as one, not as individuals. So if they do feel threatened, it's amazing. It actually works. It almost looks like one big organism coming to, approaching something. But this is fantastic to see. Also run by an alpha male and alpha female, just like your dwarf mongoose. So we also have the two that, oh, there they go. We also have the two that will be pretty much mating and having little ones. That was nice to see. I'm glad to see some banded mongoose. Definitely these baboons are quite active around here. Nice big family. And also when it comes to dominating these troops, the male, of course the alpha male, sometimes if there's another male, especially like the beta male, if he's going to challenge the alpha male for that top position, being the male to mate with the females, sometimes it can be quite aggressive, and that sometimes can end up that one of the baboons can get seriously injured. Alright, well we're going to continue watching these little banded mongoose and the chakma baboons. Let's head over to Trishala in Amakhala to see how her afternoon is going.
We have a very interesting occurrence here. No, don't touch me, Mr. B. We're at a mud wallow, or just a mud hole, and there's a whole lot of bees here. I'm going to be quiet so you can hear it. So these don't look like honeybees. I think they're probably mason bees or similar that are using the mud, or they're collecting mud to make their nests. That's just so interesting. Like, we often see it, but we don't get the opportunity to get off the vehicle to give you a close look at it. Yep, they definitely look like mason bees. One's just stepped on me. No, I have no mud for you. So bees that live above ground need to be able to collect mud in order to create their nests. Ooh, I think BK, we need to move away now. They are suddenly very attracted to BK and I, and they're coming to see us. Ooh. They're checking up on us. There's BK's got one on his on him there. There we go. She looks like she's fine though, although I'll flick her off. Hello, you. BK is not so happy about you being here. Do you mind if we just flick you off? Sorry. There we go. No, don't come to me now. No, I don't have any mud for you. No mud for you. They're making me do a dance. I mean, I've been stung by bees many a time. But that doesn't mean I find it pleasant. So let me send you over to Cedric in the meantime.
Yes, Trishala, you need to watch out for those bees. I know I have to because I'm allergic to bees. So that would definitely not go down in my books to go and stand next to bees like that. But fantastic, nice. I'm glad that got some bees there, but as long as you're safe. Here comes the banded mongoose again, all coming down. This whole family's like, it's so nice seeing them back and forth here. At least they're a little bit closer now. Let's see if we can get them into frame. I want to see if we can get them nicely here. It's amazing how they work together. Now, what are they doing here now? I don't want to double check what they're doing here. Oh, they're all running off now. Don't go! Come back! Oh, they're coming for a little bit of a drink maybe. At the water. Yes! So sweet. So yeah, these are banded mongoose. They are pretty much just very family orientated, just exact the same as the the dwarf mongoose. But they're not solitary. So your solitary mongoose is usually your white-tailed mongoose, or your slender mongoose, or male's mongoose. But your banded mongoose, they are family orientated. Where did they go? They ran out of frame so quickly. I can't even keep up with them. Definitely Mashatu is, the waterhole here is definitely doing so well. So much happening around this side. Okay, let's see if I can go to the side. Even all the Chakma baboons as well, they're enjoying the shade. So it just shows you, Botswana, no, definitely Botswana can get hot. This Mashatu area definitely can get very, very hot. Oh, got some Egyptian geese there. Egyptian geese. Once again, as always, you have to have the Egyptian geese in the party somewhere. Show you. Just waiting for. There we go. Those little dwarf mongoose. Still playing around. Of course, feeling very safe, as you can see. You've got all different kinds of species of animals around that site, so they're all, they look out for each other, making sure that there's no predators. Especially that the banded mongoose. I mean, I saw a banded mongoose being taken by a martial eagle. And it flew across the dam, and unfortunately the martial eagle did lose control of the banded mongoose. That's probably because maybe the banded mongoose actually turned around and bit the martial eagle, and it let go, and then all of a sudden it fell into the water, into one of the dams, but it was quite high. It was like maybe 20-25 meters up already, and when it fell down it looked quite strange seeing that thing coming tumbling down. And it survived.
The time has finally arrived. Trusty Rusty and good old Wendy are going into retirement.
A flat tire right in the middle of a herd of 400 buffalo.
Pulling the mud off the side of the car, Seb.
It has been an amazing journey, but it is time for Wild Earth to bring in some brand new babies, and we need your help naming them. Register on our website and cast your vote for your favorite names and help us welcome these 2 new landies.
Yeah, looks like all the little mongoose family decided to move. Oh, running up and down now. What are they doing? Them and the baboons are having fun together here. It seems like it's one big party at Mashatu for baboons and banded mongoose. Definitely they're all invited. And of course, these banded mongoose also pretty much they go foraging around and they sort of catch things like skinks, snakes, lizards, chameleons, scorpions, all different little kind of things that they will eat. And they can be quite vicious. As I said, they are much larger than your dwarf mongoose. The dwarf mongoose, I think it's the banded mongoose is about twice the size of a dwarf mongoose. And very, very sharp teeth, and you definitely do not want to get bitten by these little animals. They do look so cute, but they can be ferocious. Let me try and zoom out a little bit, see if I can get what else is going to be coming down to the watering hole. Yep. Always going to scan just in case, because you know it's Cat Today and I don't want to miss anything on Cat Today. But yes, if you got any questions, as you know, we are live and this is an interactive experience. If you've got any questions or comments or any suggestions or something that you want to do, you want to see, there's giraffe. There's a whole lot of giraffe. Please send those suggestions and comments and questions through to us. And, this is your safari. And always can bring this beautiful, amazing live footage. Yeah, in the most beautiful African wilderness of ours. But yep, let's try and see if we can zoom in onto those giraffes. It looks like they are going to take a little bit of a drink as well. We had 3 of them. Oh, here's Mom and a little one. There's a little calf. Let's see if I can get into that calf. I think that'll be the best. Was Mommy busy drinking? Oh, the calf wants to maybe suckle from Mom while she's drinking. Maybe not. Mom says no. She wants to drink water first. Maybe like I'll say about a half-a-year-old calf. Well, you know, if that's a drinking, there we go. I'd rather have some water. Healthier. I guess he decided not to. As you know, the giraffe, they give birth to the largest land mammals. When they give birth to that calf, that's weighing from birth 140 kilograms. That's quite heavy from the beginning. Oh, got a fright. Oh, it's running. Why? Oh, everything's running. What's happening? What is it? What's happening there? I'll go across here quickly. Imagine we can have a cat coming here now on Saturday. That'll be brilliant. Oh, there it's gone. Doesn't look like, it looks like everything is rest. Harriet, I think a giraffe will be fully self-sufficient around about, where they can start eating for themselves and drinking really early. You're looking at maybe 5 months. So that's, but they'll still try and suckle from mom, and they'll still try and get some milk. But other than that, from about 5 months, they'll try and start feeding on the leaves and start drinking water for themselves and not really worry about too much if mom doesn't produce milk at that time. So yes, very early on. I mean, they grow very quickly. So giraffe can get up to about 20 years old. But the thing is, they have to grow quick, because if they don't, they are going to be vulnerable to predators. And it's the same as most antelope as well. If you look at baby impala, I mean, when they are born in the end of November, you'll find already in February, March, April, those impalas are really quite not self-sufficient completely, but they can look after themselves if they have to, because it's a do-or-die situation scenario. Survival of the fittest. Okay, now there's nothing. Oh, it's like so many giraffe and dwarf mongoose, banded mongoose and chakma baboons. It's like they all disappeared. Oh, look, there's something here. Okay, we got here. Looks like a waterbuck to me. Yes, it is. Look at that white ring around the bum. It's a waterbuck, a male waterbuck. Beautiful, absolutely stunning. I love that white ring around there. It looks like it's been sitting on a toilet seat, and you can just see it's such a stunning animal. And a giraffe in the background. But these male waterbuck, nice recurved horns, and it is the emblem of the Sabi Sands. So yes, in the Sabi Sands, it's the emblem that side. A male waterbuck. So he's all by himself. Usually you'll find maybe 2 or 3 males together, like in bachelor herds, safety numbers, but it looks like he's all by himself. And I don't know, I can't see any females. And if there is females, sometimes you will find that these males will have a harem. And the females. But those impala, even the waterbuck and the kudu, a giraffe are still looking straight to the right hand side there. I've got to figure out what are they looking at. I'll fathom the situation now. Woman, a little calf. Don't see too much here. Something like strange, like with those two like kind of dead stumps are pretty much almost in the center of the screen. There's like seems like something white behind there. See if I can maybe zoom in a little bit there. I don't think it's anything. I'm just taking a chance here. Never know. Oh, no, this is it's another stump. It's another animal stump. Another wooden animal. You can hear the pied crows. They're going another pied crows. We've got some pied crows up there in Djuma as well. Not very pleasant having them around that side. No, they're in Madikwe, where Lauren and Darby is at the moment. I know that the people there, a lot of the guides actually use pied crows as their indicator if there is a kill, like we use vultures in Djuma. Of course, in Madikwe you actually use pied crows, so if there's something dead, pied crows will actually circle or sit in the trees, just like the vultures are waiting to feed on that carcass. Big coming on in. Oh well, our little dwarf mongoose. What is it, dwarf? Because I'm so used to dwarf mongoose because we get so many dwarf mongoose at Djuma. I hardly ever see a bandit. So, but yeah, now it looks like our family of bandit mongoose have decided to move off from a Mashatu dam, and they're still sitting with a beautiful troop of baboons or chakma baboons. Because they're just enjoying the shade of the trees and of course just feeding around that area. It's still scanning the area. Let me see if we can get maybe elephants. I thought I saw an elephant, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm mistaken, and I thought I saw one around this side. But yeah, I've just gone past maybe the back end. Oh, there's some warthogs here. Wait, don't go. Don't go, come back. Go down here. I want to see if I can get them. There they are. Hello, warties. Oh, you can hear the baboons are going crazy with each other, but he's having a bit of a fight somewhere. Oh, you see that warthog is definitely enjoying a good old scratch. Well, it looks like those warthogs have decided to leave. It's like they just had a little bit of a bath, a quick little wallow, but that was about that. Oh, what's that? Another little dab chick? Oh. Egyptian geese with a little one. Look at that, he's so cute. That is so adorable. Only one. Or is it more? Well, let's just take a look. I can't believe there will be just one there. One little duckling. Yeah, at Mashatu. And a little blacksmith lapwing there as well. Well, the typical common characters at Djuma and at Mashatu now as well. Oh, Egyptian geese and all blacksmith lapwing. But that Egyptian geese, that little duckling is so small and so cute. Oh, and they usually have about 7, 8 of them. Alright, well, we are going to just sit here and watch this little duckling. Let's head over to Trish in Amakhala to see what she's found.
Watching Egyptian geese and trying to figure out what they're getting up to is really, really interesting, actually. They can be quite interesting sightings, especially if they're shouting at each other. And they move quite quickly and make a lot of noise, unlike our elephant here, who is taking it very, very easy, moving very, very slowly and very quietly. I have a feeling he might be falling asleep a little bit. His eyes are super droopy. And it appears that our mason bees that we saw earlier were not the only animals making use of the mud. So I didn't get to really explain what was happening there because I was busy dancing around trying to get away from the bees. But they were collecting mud to make their nests. And bees, or mason bees, like to collect mud that's formed from clay because it's easy to mold into cells. Similarly, when elephants are around water and clay and they get this really nice fine-grained mud, it can really hold onto their skin nicely. And you can see that the front of his legs are properly coated in mud, and so is his trunk. Now he's been flicking mud on him as well. It's just so lovely and cooling and thick, so it retains that moisture once it's on his body. The outer part of it gets dried up, but it keeps the moisture in the part that's touching the body. So it kind of like becomes a bit of a shell, and then he can rub it off on a tree stump or a rock, anything he likes, and he can pull off some parasites. Or it'll just fall off naturally when it gets too dry, and then he'll make his way back towards some water to start the process over again. But you can see that his head is pretty caked. Now this is not water that they drink. If they had to drink it, they'd kind of move it around a lot, try to clear it before they drink. He looks so relaxed. I wonder if he's maybe soothing some cut or injury that he's got on him. He's probably going to slide quite a lot to get out of here. Keep your questions and your comments coming, but I'm going to be quiet for a little bit because I love to just spend time observing elephants. And if there's something really interesting that I see, I will point it out. But for now, I'm just going to be quiet and we can watch together. I think that he is falling asleep. They nap like this sometimes. In fact, oftentimes. Oh, there we go. Eyes open again. We're awake. Tammy, you say it's quite fascinating to watch an elephant nap while standing. They do that very often, but these are quite quick naps. They're, anything from a couple minutes to at most, 20 minutes. That's at most. But if they want to get proper REM sleep that of course they need, they will lie down. And they tend to lie down on a slope, especially larger animals. So adults, young calves, they can lie flat on the ground, they're fine. But because it's easier for them to get up. But a big bull like this, or he's an average sized bull, he'd have to lie against a slope, so it makes it easy for him to get up. But they will lie down to sleep. But naps can be taken standing up. That's not me wanting to move. I just realized that the immobilizer would have not allowed me to start. And it's very important that when you are with elephants, regardless of how comfortable you are, regardless of how comfortable they are, that you make sure that if in the event you need to move fast, quickly, you prepared for that. And having an immobilizer is probably not the best way to be prepared, which is why I just sorted it out now, just in case. It's always important to be always be able to have a way to get out if you need to. Doesn't mean you don't trust the elephants, doesn't mean anything at all. Just means that you're prepared if you need to be out of here quickly. Can you imagine how nice and cool it must feel to splash yourself like that? I thought that he would have hung around a little bit longer, but maybe he's been there for a while and caked up his whole body already.
Wild Earth is excited to announce the launch of our massively updated app. There are so many brand new features that we have to share with you. Tune into our live channel, and if you are an explorer, you can now watch completely ad-free on the app. There are also many other channels, including behind the scenes. You can find the app on app stores worldwide.
Off he goes. There isn't much to do when the sun is beating down on you except to find somewhere cool and have a snack and a drink. That's exactly what this Ellie has done. I like how the waterbuck are looking at it like, what are you doing? Are you going to come towards us? Now they're looking at us. It's a little bit confused. The elephant seems a little bit confused too. He's been doing a couple turns. Hi Lillian, you'd like to know what is the weight of an elephant at birth. Are you ready? It's about 100 kgs. It's between 80 and about 120, but 100 kgs is the average weight of an elephant at birth. Can you imagine? Wow, you look so crusty and white now. Imagine 100 kg little calf can turn into a 6-ton bull. It's just amazing. And when you think about all that cellular development just happening over and over and over and over and over until you get this massive animal. And the energy needed to create that kind of growth comes from all the plants that they're eating, all this plant matter. Imagine in their lifetime how much plant matter they'd have to eat. For a large bull, he's eating about 300 kgs per day. But of course, it's not as simple as 300 kgs times 365 days times 60 years. Because a little calf is not eating 300 kgs. It's not that simple. But it still is a huge, huge amount of food. Ah, here's phase 2. After he's nice and wet from the pan and that mud, he'll top it off with a nice crusty shell of fine clay sand or dust like this. See how he's loosening it with his front leg? And he grabs it with his trunk and then throws it onto him. It's quite a contrast considering that the clay here is quite white, grey-white, and that's kind of what his back area where it's dried first has become, and then we've got the red clay that he's throwing onto himself now. When I'm describing it, it sounds like a spa day. First we'll apply the white clay, and then we'll top it off with a dusting of the red clay. Kind of is an elephant spa day when they go to these mud wallows or pans. I think that was a waterbuck just moving behind him. Well, I saw a horn. Aha, and there you appear. Good day, Mr. Waterbuck. Yes, we are sitting here. You're looking very suspiciously at us. And we're so far away. But that just tells you how acutely aware animals are to what's going on around them. We can be pretty far, but the waterbuck. Oh, okay. It is very, very windy. Yo, it's picked up quite a bit. Ah, and now they're parting ways. Hi, Randy. You'd like to know if female waterbucks also have horns? No, they don't. Only male waterbucks have horns. And very large, impressive horns at that. Heavily ridged horns. It's a really, with species where only the males have horns, it's a really easy way to tell them apart. But there are other antelope species where both sexes have horns, and we see quite a few of them here. Eland, hartebeest, springbok. But with a waterbuck, only the males have horns. Yeah, that's a really tough itch to get when you don't have hands. He looks so proud as he walks over to his group of females, and it's just females. I thought there was a youngster there. Perhaps it's the one that's sitting down. Nope, looks like just his females. Maybe they don't belong to him. No, if they didn't belong to him, there would be a male around in no time. Gonna see a Flehmen grimace. There we go. See, I pushed his lips outward. So he's testing the scent of this female to see if she's receptive to mating, whether she's an estrus. What do you conclude, Mr. Waterbuck? Doing a little bit more thorough testing. So by flaring out his lips in that way, he can basically activate these little pathways in his palate where the vomeronasal organ collects sensory information. Scent-related information, sorry. And he can determine if certain amounts of reproductive hormones are present in this female's urine or not, and that will give him an idea about who he should mate with. He doesn't seem to be taking a hint. But it's almost always like that. There's a little bit of push and pull. The females, though, they do need to mate, will sort of be a little bit uncomfortable with the advances of the male. See, the one that's sitting down, that female played her cards right, because he can't test her. I've been watching through my binoculars again. It's making me a little bit nauseous. So I just had to put them down for a moment. But as far as I can see, his head is down and he's just eating now. He's tested all the females he'd like to and has found that none of them are receptive. If he found that one of them were receptive, he would have started mating with them. But he did a lot of double checking. So I think that he is definitely keen to reproduce at this moment. You just have to wait for the right time, buddy. Because mating when the female is not in estrus is just simply a waste of energy, investment, and also it's risky. Because when animals are mating, it's a very risky position to be in. Because it means that you're not focused on what's going on around you. I know he's scratching himself, but it's as if he's trying to test himself as well. Oh, what's this? The female that was sitting down has gotten up now? I think I know what you want to do. Yes, you want to test her too? Waiting patiently. He's being very patient. Perhaps he's gotten over it too. Yeah, all back to normal. Everyone's just grazing happily. The wind has really picked up. It's this time of day when it's so hot, like the air is even hot, and the bush kind of gets quiet, apart from just a few birds calling. Anyway, let me send you over to Okakoyo Waterhole with Cedric, and we're going to see what other exciting things we can find.
Yes, lovely Trishala. Now see you've got the waterbuck there, and definitely that a male waterbuck was showing some interest in those females, and also a lovely elephant as well, big male. But yes, I'm at Okakoyo, back at Okakoyo Waterhole here in Namibia, and it is just settling down a little bit. It was quite active just now. We had a lot of activity, zebra activity. The whole pan was covered with zebra. But I see the zebra are slowly but surely moving away now, and just left with some springbuck. That's just enjoying some water here as well. But on hot days like this, you understand with zebras, I mean the black and white stripes really come into play. As you know, the black really absorbs sun, and white reflects it. So with that alternation of black, white, it actually creates a lovely, like a wind thermal above their skin. So they can really keep cool on hot days. And it's the same as your wildebeest or your brindle gnu. They've got exactly the same situation where you'll find they've got those with that dark light shading on their neck. and on their flank. The same thing, because they are plains game, and plains meaning they always enjoy the open plains, some grasslands, and sometimes there is no shade, like for instance now, and then it just helps them, those stripes just help them to cool down on very hot days. I'm talking about that. I wonder if I can actually grab myself a black white jumper or jacket or t-shirt or something. Maybe it'll cool me down. Maybe it'll work on me. Look quite interesting if it does. Just are moving through further away from this area. And it's nice to see these dazzle of zebras. I mean, I'm not used to seeing so many at once. It's usually, as I said, at Djuma we will get maybe 5, 6, 7 zebras that we'll see at most. But to see at one stage now, I think it might have been easy 30, plus minus 30 zebras at the pan. Not too long ago. I'm just waiting. Maybe we're lucky with that black rhino that usually comes down as well for a nice drink. Maybe he'll come during like the late afternoon. I'll never keep my eyes peeled. You can see in the distance a lot of the zebras are moving away. I think there's pied crows. It looks like pied crows in the tree. Get a little bit closer look here. You can hear them. Definitely pied crows. Yeah. See the typical, the black and white. So that's how pied. That's what pied means. It's black and white. So you get like the pied crows. You get a pied wagtail, pied kingfisher, all black and white. So pied means black and white. And there's a lot of them. Wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, there's about 10 pied crows in that tree. Maybe even more. It seems like everything's jumping around there now. A murder of crows. There it is. There it is. A murder of crows. Why a murder of crows like they're calling it a murder of crows? I wonder because, as I said, there in Madikwe, I know that they use the crows as the, I'm going to say, signals to say that there is maybe something dead around the area. Maybe that's why they call it a murder of crows. I'm not too sure. As you know, we are live, and this is an interactive experience. So if you do know why they call them a murder of crows, please let us know. Send the questions, send some comments, and maybe even some suggestions. Let us know. So I know why they call it a dazzle zebra, because it's dazzling. It is really, it's dazzling. Dazzling, it actually explains it nicely. The dazzle of zebra. You can see the dazzle of zebra in the distance. Almost blending in with the black and white stripes. It almost kind of creates like an illusion where you can actually not even hardly see that it's a zebra. And that's one of its defense mechanisms. And same as you know that lions usually single out individual animals. Oh, I don't know why I just went crazy there. As you know, lions do single out weak ones or the old ones. So if they do single out a zebra and they'll chase after it, you'll find that the zebras will try and run together and try and confuse the lion on exactly which one it did single out. So sometimes it's a way of getting away from those lions, from the predators. Diane, yes, definitely. These waterhole scenes are absolutely amazing and quite calming and all that. I love it as well. Sometimes it seems like it's all calm until something happens and it's just chaos again. But that's nature, you know. It seems nice and all good and well now. But as soon as a predator is thrown into the works here, then it's all of a sudden things start reacting very quickly. Animals become all nervous. But for now, it is very calm. Definitely dying. Those crows. It's not definitely it's not the prettiest of noises that a crow makes. I think they got a terrible vocal or terrible song that they come up with. I don't think it's the prettiest one. It's the same as like the lilac-breasted rollers. It's very raspy. I don't know why the camera keeps on deciding to zoom very quickly. Let me just try and control this camera, yeah? Leave it up onto them, yeah. Alright, as you know, tomorrow night, that is tomorrow, Sunday, the 9th of October, it will be Graham Wellington, our CEO. He will be hosting a town hall talk. It will be, of course, tomorrow night at 7:30, 9th of October, Central African time. This will be for Wild Earth Explorers. And this is a chance for you to give your feedback, suggestions, complaints, and help. Anything else that you would feel that would be good for Wild Earth to shape its product. And Graham will answer all questions and give you some interesting behind the scene information about what is going on. That is tomorrow night at 7:30 Central African time. Town hall talk with Graham Wellington, our CEO. It looks like wildebeest coming down there in the distance. Let's take a look. Maybe we are lucky. Maybe it could be something substantial. Maybe. But actually, I'm not too sure. Have they seen buffaloes here at Okokweya yet? Please let me know. As you know, it is live and it is an interactive experience. So let us know if you have seen buffaloes here. I'm not too sure. I have to find that out. Thought I saw some movement. It looked like some buffaloes, but I doubt it. Well, definitely I'm still holding thumbs and crossing fingers for this afternoon's sunset safari as well. Just maybe there's going to be some cats involved. You never know, as it is Saturday, the cat day. So I'm hoping that there will be some cats around, but you never know. And it was very interesting to see Ali this morning that she found that sandpack, the wild dogs, and Ottawa sandpack, and they were resting there with the hyena. And I don't know which hyena it was. I thought it was Gingerika, but maybe I'm wrong. And apparently there was lions at Okokweya Waterhole, where I'm now currently. So there was lions here last night. Well, thank you very much, Chulu. So yes, it just shows you. Very nice. Oh, well, this waterhole is definitely a typical scene in Africa. And especially when you got all those zebras and everything together. Oh, and there's a gemsbok in the background. It's passing by. I want to zoom in, but I'm just a little bit scared that this zoom just keeps on hooking and zooming too quick here. So I'm just gonna sit just like this here and see, maybe we get something coming through from the background there. It looks like there's one or two animals that's coming. Head down to the water hole. Let me get my binocs out quickly. Clearly it's not going to work, yeah.
The updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
Alright, I'm just looking along the water area, the water edges here, just seeing what I can find. Looks like there's some Egyptian geese that's just swimming by. And of course, a couple of white crows that's just landed next to those Egyptian geese. I'm looking for a bit of a drink as well. I'm going for a nice, refreshing moment. Definitely we will keep an eye on the Egyptian geese, the pair that's around at Mashatu, as it seemed like they've got a little chick, but only one. I only saw one little chick. Maybe, I'm not too sure. We will keep an eye on that and definitely see how that little one manages in the next few weeks. Right, I think, sorry, I'll tell you, sorry, Kathy Lee, I know she gave me another answer about why is it called a murder of crows. Can you just quickly run by that again, please? Once, that's why it's called a murder of crows, because once I thought the omens of death. Alright, well, makes sense. Well, you know, murder of crows. Alright, well, that does make sense. Thank you so much, Kathy Lee. I really do appreciate it, as always. And what we call with it, so we've got a giraffe coming down now, but if the giraffes, if there's like 3, 4, 5 giraffes moving, if they are moving, we'll call that a journey of a giraffe. But if the giraffe, and if the giraffes are all pretty much standing still and, you know, feeding, then that'll be called a tower of giraffe. I like those ones. Tower of giraffe. I like the collective nouns of these animals. I think they said with the guinea fowl as well, confusion of guinea fowl. I thought it was always a wildebeest. I thought the wildebeest was called the confusion of wildebeest because they always seem like they are confused. It seems like a lonely giraffe there. It looks maybe a male. Usually the males will be around like this by themselves. So I'll quickly see if I can zoom in here and see what we can get. See if we can identify as a giraffe. If it's a male or female. No, it's a female. You can see the horns. It's a female. Oh, hello girl. Hello pretty lady. You can just see the ossicones very thin, and you can just see right on top how so quickly it's a female. It's just those ossicones, and it's got that hair, still got that black tuff on top. Where if it's a male, it doesn't have any of those features. It's much thicker horns, no hair on top, like a bald man on top of its horns. She's looking at something down there. I'm not too sure what. Nice vantage points. So many times you'll find if you've got giraffes feeding in the area, how many times you'll find that there'll be like impala, nyala, kudu or something that will be feeding close to the giraffe because they'll be using the giraffe's height as a good old lookout. So in case there is any other predators around, that giraffe will quickly notify the rest. I'm trying to keep up with this giraffe. It is rather. I'll zoom out. Valerie, for females, not much. Males, a little bit more so, because you'll find males will even have, how can I say, calcification protrusions. In other words, there's a lot of bumps and knobs on the male's head, and plus with those horns. So when the males do compete for females, they'll actually swing their head from side to side to hit the other one on the neck or on the side of the body, and sometimes it will assist them to kind of, knocking the other one down or even knocking the other one out. It does happen and has happened before. So that's for the males, but females, there's no real purpose to it. It's just, I think that's why they're thin and got hair on top. That's why I don't think there's any good old reason for females to utilize those ossicones. Looks like this female. Look at all the dust in the far background. There's a lot of dust. So you can just show that the wind is definitely, it's quite a gust of wind that's happening around here on the open clearing at Okwakuiwa. And you can just see it is definitely pushing and pulling up a lot of dust from the ground. Always makes for quite a spectacular sighting. I love it. Especially if you've got like elephants coming down to the water holes and they're all running for the water. It's all excitement. And that sometimes even that, when they kick up that dust, it just looks so amazing. I'm sure maybe that giraffe was seeing Impala. Oh, that's moving in. I think she might have a little bit of a feed there, looking for some leaves. Trying to work out where can I get some leaves on these trees. It doesn't seem like there's too much on the trees. Okay, I guess she decided to go and hide behind all those bushes. That giraffe is slowly but surely now appearing from the back of the bush. I'm hoping that she comes down to have a drink here at the pan. Looks like she's going to do it. And clearly there in South Africa we call it a kameelperd. So it means camel horse. And if you actually look how a giraffe walks, it walks like a camel. So it's of course the one side and the next side. The one side looks like a steam train. And then of course when it runs, it actually adjusts its legs and it's back, front, back, front, back, front. And it runs like a horse. So it walks like a camel, runs like a horse. Seems like she's slowly making her way this side. Well, she'll get there. Sooner or later. And as I said, she's going to come. She's coming to the waterhole. It depends on how long it's going to take her. She's coming. She's like, stop, start, stop, start, stop, start. She wants to come, then she stops. And then she hears something, she turns around. It seems like she keeps on looking back again. I wonder what are you looking at, Bill? What do you see? Yeah. Thanks, Julia, for sure. She's got, as Julie saying, unfortunately, she's got 5 minutes to get here. You can do it. Come on. What do you think? Is she going to make it in 5 minutes? The way it's looking now, I don't think she's seeming to move anytime soon. So, that's it. Never know. Maybe she will start running towards the water. Then I'll say yes. I think she's just seeing something to the right. I'm just going to try and zoom out a little bit, see what she's looking at. Sometimes it could be something that's moving towards the water. I'm just keeping an eye on that animal. Let's take a look. It's going to go a little bit to the right. Oh, there's a zebra. Oh, there's 2 zebras. 3 zebras. 4. Okay, look, if I have to count every zebra here coming down, I think I'll be counting counting for the whole day. So there's so many zebras that came down here today. So many. If I close my eyes, I just see barcodes. Oh, so he's got 3 minutes remaining. Let's see if she can do it. Chances are becoming less and less. Looks like she's not going to make it to the waterhole. It's so strange looking at these open clearings like this. I'm so used to, on Djuma we've got the typical savanna woodlands. So savanna woodlands really thick, a lot of drainage lines, and very, very thick with a lot of combretums and a lot of terminalias. Of course, Okukuia. Very interesting just to look how flat this area is, and how different it is, and what species that this area brings in. And it is definitely an amazing waterhole. You can see our last little moments with this female giraffe and of course the zebras before we have to close it. And of course we'll be heading to Penguin Beach straight after this. So please stay tuned. And it is World Penguin Day, if I'm not mistaken, today. Am I correct in saying that, Chulu? Thank you, Chulu. Yeah, it's World Penguin Day today, so definitely our Penguin Beach is going to be fantastic today. Definitely celebrate those beautiful birds around there in the Western Cape at Betty's Bay. And I'm hoping the weather's good that side. It seems like it's quite nice down the Western Cape. So I'm just holding thumbs for that. But yeah, while we are watching this female giraffe finally starting to come down towards the waterhole here in Namibia at Okukuia. We had a wonderful morning and afternoon from the Wild Earth team. We will see you later.